Well, the Xbox Game Showcase of 2026 has come and gone, and I gotta say, I think they absolutely cooked. No notes. I mean, no major complaints. 10 out of 10. I gave this thing the highest score of the week. I think PlayStation had a great one with like an 8 out of 10. Keeley's was like a 9 out of 10, but I just didn't feel like they had a misstep in this. Now, in the lead up to the show, there were rumors swirling about logos. Gears is no longer going to be on PS5. Things like that were being sort of rumored, and some of it was true and some of it wasn't. Now, in case you missed it, before the event even happened, Jeff Grubb broke the story that Gears of War would no longer be coming to PS5. More than that, the port is literally, according to him, like sitting on a hard drive and ready to go. And according to Asha Sharma and Aaron Greenberg, these are not timed exclusives. Now, keep in mind, Aaron Greenberg said the same thing about Starfield. He said that it wasn't a timed exclusive, and then it ended up coming to PlayStation anyway. And to quote Asha Sharma, the plan is the plan until it's not the plan, all right? So for now, Xbox loyal fans can celebrate Gears of War E-Day this year and then Clockwork Revolution next year as console exclusives. And yes, they are stressing and even putting those words on the screen, console exclusive, because they are still shipping these games day and date on PC. So for those of you that have been playing Xbox games on PC for a while now, that will continue. Matt Booty did an interview with Gamertag Radio following the showcase where he stressed exclusives will be done on a case-by-case basis. This is sort of echoing something that Asha Sharma has already said. Somebody on Reddit said that Jeff Grubb was also saying he heard people in the industry that believe Xbox is just trying to keep some games exclusive for a time to prove that their games cannot skip other platforms anymore, which is a little confusing. I thought they kind of already learned that when they were shipping games over to PlayStation and making a ton of money. If you're sort of creating sacrificial lambs to win like an internal debate at the company, I don't necessarily know if that's the right idea. So it is a bit confusing. In the span of just 1 week, we had Matt Booty talking about how there would be different logos in the showcase, and then Asha starts talking about exclusives, and then we have 2 console exclusives in the showcase. They kind of bookended the showcase. It sort of opened with Gears and kind of closed with Clockwork. And here's the thing. Everything in between basically had a PlayStation 5 logo, and many of them even had Switch 2 logos. Also, there were numerous games in here that are new. We hadn't heard of them before. And Booty said, listen, if games have already been, announced as multi-platform, they will continue as multi-platform. But there were plenty of games in this showcase that were brand new that are coming out as multi-platform. So at some level, there are fans saying it rings a little flat to be like, well, yeah, it's great that you're doing console exclusives, but the vast majority of the showcase were not exclusives. They were multi-plats, even brand new titles that we hadn't heard of before, like the new game Senua. Now, we still don't truly know what Project Helix will offer in the way of Steam and other storefronts, and if games are going to be built for PC first, which the Xbox GDC seem to be pushing that notion, like, hey, we want you guys to build for PC first, meaning there doesn't seem to be a dev kit focus. Not surprising, because Helix is essentially going to be a PC. The question would be then, what function do exclusives have for Xbox going forward? Motivating you to buy an Xbox when their next-gen device is going to be a non-subsidized and expensive PC hybrid is a little strange. Meaning, if you're in the market for a Helix, you may also be in the market for a PC, which is the other platform they ship their games on. So PC releases being called exclusive would be a little strange. If we fast forward and sort of imagine 2030, what would an Xbox exclusive even look like at that time? Since they're being positioned as console exclusives, would they apply that terminology to the Helix? And if they do, is the Helix being very PC adjacent, just sort of muddying those waters? Is like, well, is that a console exclusive if it's basically just a PC game? I continue to think that the business calculus here just does not lead to a lot of console exclusives in the future. There will certainly be more. It looks like maybe they're trying to have one a year, at least with the going trend, right? You're going to get Gears this year, you're going to get Clockwork next year, but every other game that was announced for next year was not a console exclusive. This feels like a big PR push to get the fans reinvigorated and to set up Asha Sharma with as much goodwill and trust as possible. And to be fair, it's working. Giving all of those who attended the Xbox Fan Fest and Xbox 25 Anniversary Series X console was a nice move and a very kind gesture. The controller looked pretty good, I got to admit. Like, seeing those A, B, X, Y buttons with like the classic coloring and style reminded me of my Xbox 360 controller, which I've always said, the Xbox 360 controller is the Nokia phone of controllers. It's indestructible, and it still feels good to hold one if you have one. So while two of the titles were console exclusives, with everything else having the PS5 logo and many of those Switch 2 logos showing up, I want to walk through the games announced because I am excited about pretty much everything I saw. Regardless of how confusing some of this marketing is, to the average person watching this showcase, it was a banger. It was a 10 out of 10. They had a constant barrage of big announcements. Now, I'm not going to be saying anything about Sea of Thieves, Fallout 76, Elder Scrolls Online, Age of Empires, Bad Magpie, Vivarium, or Join Us. So out of the 28 announcements, there were 7 that just don't do much for me. They're either just updates to games I don't really play or games that I just didn't really care that much about. That is a very, very good average to have 28 games announced or 28 announcements, and for only 7 of those announcements to kind of fall a little flat. That is an amazing ratio, all right? So let's just walk through it, and let's obviously start with Gears of War E-Day. I am thrilled with how this game looks. I think that the Coalition absolutely cooked. The idea to give the character more verticality, he's like hopping over things and climbing up on things, especially I thought that brought about a really, really cool element of gameplay when they were in like the store and he was like climbing over the freezers after like shooting through them. This game looks absolutely excellent. Now, I don't know with the lighting and everything that they're showing, was this all on PC or a Series X? I actually can't remember what they said or if they showed it. I really hope it can get this level of fidelity on the Series X. This is going to be the first time I play a game at length on my Series X in a long time. Like, I'm glad I kept mine, you know? They're making me wish that I had 2 Xbox Series X's because I know my wife and I will enjoy playing this co-op. We really enjoyed playing Space Marine 2 co-op, and the vibes here are just immaculate. It just really brings home what I was hoping they would do, which is the prequel to Gears of War, giving you sort of the groundwork for the weapons and the chainsaws, and like that, I think, is going to be really, really fun for those of us who have been there since the very first game. The very first Gears of War got me back into console gaming. My PC at the time couldn't play it, so I got an Xbox 360 so that I could play Gears in my living room. I had a big, gaudy projection television, and seeing this come to life was a thrill for me. Many people forget or refuse to admit or, acknowledge things I've said about the fact that, like, I've always been a big Xbox guy. It's, again, what got me back into console gaming after being on PC for such a long time. And that's where I built my library, and that's where I played most of my games. And Gears 1 through 5, the only one that I really didn't enjoy was number 4. It just felt too samey. Well, this doesn't feel samey at all. The DNA is certainly there. The moves, the shooting, it certainly feels like Gears, but it looks severely evolved. When they did their Gears of War E-Day Direct at the end of the showcase, they talked about how they basically started all the way over, stripped the game down to nothing, blank hard drive, and built everything from scratch. So the movement, the way they take cover, the way that they slide, the way that they can climb over things, the volition of the player, I think, is going to feel excellent. Something Gears was transformative with was cover-based combat and cover-based shooting, but as time went on, it felt a little clunky, a little magnetic, almost as if you couldn't really do some of the things you wanted to do, like the freedom of movement always felt a little bit constrained. I didn't get that impression at all from this gameplay. And also, keep in mind, there will be multiplayer, and there is like a 12-player escalating horde mode or something that sounded really, really cool the way they described it. And that's another question for the marketing and for Matt Booty and Asha Sharma. They said that multiplayer games, live service games, ongoing games would be multi-platform. It seems incredibly strange to set up Gears of War E-Day as a console exclusive, given the fact that I could totally see them doing seasons and doing battle passes and doing ongoing content. Leaving out the largest console platform from that formula, if you are wanting to have ongoing structure content as well as ongoing monetization, this again feels like a very strange choice to make this game a console exclusive. I continue to feel like this was very reactionary, and I'm very, very curious if we end up seeing this land on PlayStation anyway, the same way we saw with Starfield, as there was an insistence that it wasn't a timed exclusive and that it was going to remain on Xbox, and then that changed. I think very similar things could happen, given that we're hearing this game is ready to go on PlayStation. And I think the live service or the ongoing aspect of it is really going to draw those questions from people. Like, if you're saying ongoing games or multiplayer games are going to be multiplat, Gears not being multiplat feels a little bit odd. Now, Clockwork Revolution makes perfectly good sense. Probably a smaller game with respect to like budget and how much they are, they're expecting to make. So it's not as big of an opportunity loss to limit that game's reach. But this could be a front and center, live service game in the space, knowing with the success of like games like Helldivers, how much they've been able to do and how much they've been able to make. This game could do something very similar with its sort of horde PvE focus. So Gears of War E-Day easily stole the show for me. I'd expected it to be strong. It was cool that they opened the show with it. Now, another thing that they showed that I didn't really have a chance to talk about until right now, I did get sort of some early access looks at this, is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 DMZ. Now, this comes out October 23rd alongside the game. And unfortunately, the DMZ showcase, to me, was one of the weirdest choices I've ever seen a developer make. We got to see virtually no actual, like, player perspective gameplay. The guy dies right here at the beginning, and then you're spectating the rest of the time. So you're on, like, the helmet cam. So we don't even get to see what the game looks like from the player's perspective. I will say this. There is no longer bloom in this game. Instead of when you, like, hip fire a gun, it, like, shooting within a cone of, like, bullets could go anywhere within that cone. This is a sway-based system where wherever the gun is pointing, the bullets will go there. You will notice the tracers look pretty awesome. I will say DMZ has potential, given that it is in first-person perspective, and people that want a more sweaty extraction game might find this appealing, as many have complained about the lack of PvP focus or the aggression-based matchmaking in Arc Raiders, and many people don't like third-person. However, I just know with the more casual players that like to play games like Call of Duty and Warzone, the slow or punishing or intense nature of this mode could drive people away. I will say it looks good. I will say the game looks good, but overall, it's hard to know how well something like this will be successful, given how punishing these more extraction-style game modes can be. Excuse me. So I'm not actually sure where this one's going to land, but I do think it looks good graphically. I still question the wisdom in showing it from the spectator's perspective. Now, Halo Campaign Evolved. What? Wrong scene there. Halo Campaign Evolved is coming out on July 28th, and it is still a multi-plat release. And I will say, this looked so good. I thought this was a new game or a new entry or some kind of a spin-off game or something. This looks so much better than the first time they showed Halo Campaign Evolved. And I will say, it changed my mind. I will admit, I was not too gung-ho about this. I'm not a big Halo guy. I played all the Halo games back in the day only because they were co-op shooters, and I loved co-op shooters. I didn't play them as a Halo fan. I played them as a fan of shooters and a fan of co-op. But this looks really, really good. I think they have really done a good job. I hope it feels as good as it looks, because this was a marked increase, I think, and a marked improvement from the first time that they showed it. I wasn't the only one either. People in chat were sort of surprised that it was Halo Campaign Evolved, because it did look so much better than the first outing when they showed it to us. So this one's right around the corner at the end of July. Basically from like end of June, July to the rest of this year, it's an insane ride of games up until, October, when everybody kind of stops because everybody's terrified of GTA 6 marketing. So Halo Campaign Evolved looked fantastic. Another game that really sort of surprised me is Metro 2039. They actually showed quite a bit of gameplay in this trailer. It was just announced earlier. It was a first look event that Xbox managed to snag. That was a really fun event, so good on them for that. And I thought this showcase was excellent. It was another very good trailer. There's a great tone. There's a great vibe. My only concern here is this sort of reminds me of the first couple times we saw trailers for Stalker. They felt almost too good to be true. The lighting, the reflections on the guns, you know, the feel and vibe feels almost like, man, you guys are either running this on an absolute beastly PC, or maybe this is kind of fake. Are you faking us out? Is this simulated? Is everything cranked to 11 on a teeny tiny vertical slice? Again, this kind of reminds me of, if you go back and remember, the first couple times we saw Stalker 2, it looked too good to be true, and the game never ended up looking like that, especially on console. Now, obviously, if you have a very good PC, you can crank those, but I've always kind of questioned the wisdom of that, doing like a console showcase, your Xbox after all, and you're showing off gameplay that may not ring true when the game finally comes out. Now, if this is actual raw gameplay and the game is going to look like this on the Series X, then these guys are cooking with bacon grease, because this game looks absolutely phenomenal. Very, very much looking forward to this one. It feels like shooters are kind of back on the menu for me. There's been a lot of shooters lately that I'm like, you know what, I think I'll play that, and this was certainly one of those games. So excited to see a lot of these gameplay sequences in this trailer. Now, speaking of gameplay, the next one is a little bit of a mixed bag for me, okay? I still think that the showcase was a 10 out of 10, but the Fable section was once again a bunch of not raw gameplay. All these little simulated shots, they feel very, very overproduced. They feel very, very disconnected from what they actually showed us in the developer direct. This is just like the other trailers that drew a lot of skepticism from me, where I said, I don't think that's gameplay. I don't think that's what the game is going to look like. Now, I can sort of hold my breath. I mean, everybody loves Haley Atwell. If you don't know who Haley Atwell is, that's Peggy Carter. Everybody loves Haley Atwell. So she's a big snag celebrity for, you know, being sort of like the main villain. There was the one trailer where they go to meet her in the woods, right? And we never knew who it was. They're now revealing who it is, right? She seems to be the antagonist, the lead antagonist for the game. But I can sort of wait and hold my breath, because there is a Fable gameplay show on Wednesday that we will be covering. I am really hoping to see significant improvements in the combat specifically, because the combat in these trailers looks incredible. It looks fluid. It looks cinematic, but we've been here before. They've shown us this type of gameplay before, and it looks nothing like the actual Dev Direct or the alpha footage that they have shown us. So we will watch that Wednesday. And listen, I think this game could be amazing. It's got amazing tone and vibe, and like, it's very sanctimonious, and I really want to play it. I really hope they nail it, and if they take all the time they need, if they can't hit the February 23rd release date, then take more time. February's already filling up as well as like September Part 2. If you haven't looked at the launch dates in September, buckle the frick up. The next game's actually coming out in September as well. And it's Minecraft Dungeons 2. My kiddos and I, my wife and I, put a lot of time into Minecraft Dungeons 1, so I will definitely be looking forward to this one. But this is almost assuredly going to go on the backlog. It's coming out on September the 29th. Basically, as soon as we get into the middle of September, all the way until like halfway through October, it is a knockdown, drag-out barrage of games. I'm foreseeing a lot of delays. A lot of these trailers, a lot of these release dates were chosen months ago. The showcases get put together, and then they all drop their trailers at the same time, and now they're all pointing at each other and being like, oh my gosh, everybody chose September. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if a bunch of games end up getting delayed out of September into like February of next year, which will be a bummer, but it ain't going to matter. You're going to have the lion's share of games to pick from. There are going to be so many games. There's more games than you can shake a stick at coming out starting in September. So if there are any delays, it'll only be a bummer if it's a game that you're really looking forward to, which we'll get to one of the ones I'm really looking forward to in a little bit. But this game I am really looking forward to, and this one is just called Senua. This is not a sequel. This is not a continuation of Hellblade 1 or 2. This is a standalone game. They are stressing that this is an action-adventure game. You are going to be fighting a lot of the time. You're going to be fighting multiple targets. It is apparently from what they say on their own website, they are getting sort of back to the player having a lot more volition and a lot more control. My biggest complaint about Hellblade 2 is that the combat felt terrible. There's very, very good volition and player control and movement in the first Hellblade. Multiple targets, parries, dodges, all of that. Hellblade 2 felt like a glorified QuickTime event. They got so enthused about their motion capture. Everything you did and everything the enemies did was like pre-scripted, mo-capped animations, and it just didn't feel good to play it. I was very, very disappointed in the combat in Hellblade 2. I loved the feeling and the vibe and the graphics, and I love Melina Jurgens, and I love this team, but I really feel they missed the mark. It seems like they listened, and it seems like maybe they felt the same way. I have to imagine that the finished product of Hellblade 2, even for them, was off the mark. It was like, yeah, this doesn't really feel like what we wanted it to feel like. Now, here, let me give you the last frame here. This is coming out next year, and the PS5 logo is there. So again, this is a new game that was not previously announced as multiplat, and it's being announced as multiplat. So there are some Xbox fans scratching their head on this. They're saying, listen, if you're bringing back console exclusives, why would this game not be one of those console exclusives? You said that games previously announced as multiplat would stay multiplat, and you would honor those commitments, but this game wasn't announced until literally this event. So again, a bit of a point of confusion from the marketing perspective for the Xbox fans, and I think some of those questions and complaints are legitimate. Now, another game that I thought was a pretty big win for them to have in their showcase was Wolong 2, right? This is a Team Ninja game. Wolong 1, I believe, was on Game Pass. I didn't really get down with Wolong 1. It was a little too fast for my old man brain. I couldn't figure out why some parries were successful and other parries were not successful. I would love it if these games feature difficulty settings. I'm never going to make that as a request. I think it's totally fine and legitimate if a game doesn't want to do difficulty settings, but I loved being able to do that in First Berserker Kazan. It felt very much like a parry-focused action game. It was still very punishing and still very difficult. It wasn't like you could button mash your way through. I don't think Team Ninja's going to do that. I think they like to make really, really challenging, really, really fast games. So, Neo 3, I had to sit out. I'm getting too old for this, right? And Wolong 2, probably going to have to sit out. But I wanted to include it because I felt like it was a good win for the showcase to have that level of diversity as well as a Team Ninja game. Now, this is one that I wasn't sure we were going to see. I kind of thought, man, they just said they haven't really been working on it. They've been primarily working on State of Decay 2. But State of Decay 3 is slated for next year, 2027. I again feel like most of the gameplay shown in this are very quick cuts. Some of it could again be simulated. It's hard to know. It's very, very quick. I will say it looks significantly better than the last time we saw it. It looks like they're actually moving around in the engine of the game. We were also hearing from people yesterday who have been playing the alpha of this game, and they say it's in a really good place. So it looks like, based on what I heard from people yesterday in the alpha, and based on what they're showing here, again, this is all in engine. This isn't a bunch of like fake cinematic stuff. It looks like this game's going to be ready to go next year, which is exciting. That'll be 7 years after the initial announcement, but it looks like State of Decay 3 is shaping up to be a really good game, a really fun game, especially for fans of the franchise. And I think a really, really deep dive of gameplay would be great. I'm kind of looking for State of Decay 3 to show up at the Developer Direct next year to kick off the year and give us a bunch of uncut gameplay, because a lot of this was quick. Like, this is a perfect example. They give you like a split second of a gunshot, or they change the camera perspective to the more cinematic camera perspective, and it's just a lot of running. If you rewatch this trailer multiple times, you will notice it's a lot of running, and then as soon as the action and the shooting starts, the camera angle switches. And again, it's probably because it's still early and they don't have a lot of good raw uncut gameplay just yet to show. Based on what we heard from people of the alpha, I'm thinking this thing lands pretty well, and it'll probably be sometime next year. I would guess probably late next year, given their comments about development, and they'll be doing some probably betas, end of this year and next year. Another really exciting game that was there for me is Resonance: A Plague Legacy. This is basically a Plague Tale Legacy. Sorry, they actually have the title of the trailer is incorrect. It's Resonance: A Plague Tale Legacy. This is coming out August 27th. Again, this is kind of kicking off the July, August, September deluge of games, and I loved Plague Tale Requiem. I loved the first game, and I'm very, very excited to have one that looks like it's very, very focused on combat. It looks like you even armor up and get into like actual, real, awesome combat here. It's not just going to be like her sneaking around and using a knife. It looks like there's a genuine, fleshed out combat system in this, which I always thought this would be a great sort of environment for that. The vibes of Plague Tale, I think, are excellent. I absolutely love it. I actually have always thought Plague Tale would make for a great TV show, especially if you could get some really good actors in it. It's just got an amazing feel and vibe. It does look like, I didn't catch this until just now. I actually don't know if I knew this up until this point. Is this game coming to PlayStation? Do we know? Because the end card here is showing Xbox Series X and Xbox PC and Xbox Cloud. So is this coming to PS5 or not? I actually don't know. I don't know if this end card is unique for the showcase, or is this another one is this another one that's going to be skipping PlayStation? Comparing the combat to the first one is mad. Well, I'm not comparing. I've just always thought the game felt like it could have an actual fleshed out combat system. I was always like, man, this is a pretty solid engine. This is a pretty solid game. It'd be great to see a fleshed out combat system. Yes, it is. It's coming to PS5. Okay, so interesting. The final card for some reason on Resonance of Plague Tale Legacy didn't have PS5, but it sounds like, according to chat, that it is in fact headed to PS5. So, the next one I was super thrilled to see, and the fans were excited that this is another console exclusive. So there were two games that were announced as console exclusive, Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution. I love the humor, I love the writing, I love the art direction, the gunplay and the gameplay looks solid. I really, really think this game brings a lot to the table. I will say this is a big win for the Xbox loyal, okay? I'll say it. This game's got it. It's got like a feel. It's got like a tone. And I think this is a smart one to do as a console exclusive, because I don't necessarily think this is going to be some like chart-topping selling game. So missing out on those PlayStation sales won't be as painful as, some other titles. So, props to the Xbox loyalists for getting another console exclusive. I do think this game delivers. It looks so, so good. I hope it feels fantastic. I hope it plays fantastic, because I've loved everything about this. Every time they show a trailer, I like it even more. So, glad to finally have a release window, 2027. They didn't say early, mid, spring, or anything like that, just 2027. But glad to see a significant amount of gameplay as well as a release window, and then the confirmation that it is, in fact, a console exclusive. Another surprise that I think everybody was really excited about. Now, I don't have nostalgia for Spyro, but I was excited to see an old franchise get a whole new game and a whole new look, like an open world sort of adventure game in the Spyro franchise. This is coming out spring of 2027. Now, fans of Spyro were losing their dadgum minds. Like Jess Capricorn was like getting emotional. And if you don't watch her, she's fantastic. You should definitely check out Jess Capricorn. She is so, so funny. Great live streamer. And she's so happy if you're following any of her feeds from Final Fantasy to Spyro. A lot of people were really, really excited about this. Okay, people were kind of thrilled. So Spyro A Realm Beyond is spring of next year, and that I think was another win for the showcase. Doom the Dark Ages DLC. It looks like they are continuing to really lean into parries, dodges, with a little shooting sprinkled in. And that was a bit of a complaint I had. I loved Doom the Dark Ages. There were sections that felt so much like Doom, but then it kind of ended and it didn't really feel like Doom. The final boss fight was basically just nothing but a parry fight, which I love parries, but it felt like it got a little bit too much in parry land. I love the addition of the spear. It looks like there's going to be significant sections where you won't have your shield and you'll be using the spear instead. I think this looks excellent. We have been hearing from somebody at id that this is basically the size of a sequel, and I think it looks fantastic. Always a great excuse to go back in and rip and tear. I love Doom as a franchise. Obviously, many people see this as the weakest of the three. Many feel that Doom Eternal is the best, and then Doom 2016, and then this one feels like it's sort of in third place, because it does feel like a pretty significant departure from Doom and the boomer shooting, because there's just so much of like the parrying and the dodging and, you know, and melee. But I enjoyed it. I really, really did. I gave it high marks. I thought it was really enjoyable, even though it felt like it kind of got a little off the rails near the end. So this is another exciting announcement from the showcase that I really enjoyed. Now, the next one I'm just going to mention briefly because I don't play or enjoy Persona games, but this is a big win for the showcase. This is a big win for the fans. Persona 4 Revival. People were saying like, oh, this is when the show went downhill. I don't think people realize like Persona is incredibly popular as a franchise, so this was a big win for the showcase, and I'll mention Persona 6 as well in a moment. But this was one of my wish list games. I wanted to see it during Summer Game Fest, and I wanted a release date. Castlevania Belmont's Curse, October 15th. So I'll have some time to play the 85 games coming out the end of September before this game comes out. But October 15th, halfway through, and it just continues to look fantastic. It looks like a wonderful platformer Metroidvania 2D action game. It just looks like it is delivering. I cannot wait to play this game. I love the animation style, the art style, the movement. I love everything about this. This just looks so great and so fun. You guys know me. I love a good Metroidvania, and I've always said, where's the Metroid and where's the Castlevanias that are like traditional Metroidvanias? Yes, I know I need to go back to Metroid Dread, but that didn't feel more in the lane of like what I was looking for at the time. But I do want to go back and play that one, and this one is just looking fantastic. I cannot wait to play Belmont's Curse, and it does seem like it's going to make its date this year. Hopefully it doesn't get pushed back, because October the 15th might become precarious if that marketing really starts to drown everything out. But Belmont's Curse is probably not too concerned about like GTA 6 marketing, given it's a very different style of game. Another win for the showcase was Where Winds Meet getting shadow dropped on Xbox. This game has been insanely successful as an MMO. When you watch the combat in this trailer, it's hard to believe that this is an MMO. It really is. Like, it seems like it's like a highly produced, action-based combat game or something like that. Like, it really is a spectacular game. I just unfortunately don't have time for games like this. If I'm going to play a live service game like this, an ongoing game that requires a lot of grind and a lot of time, I'd have to be able to play this with my wife. I don't think she'd be able to kind of hang with the demanding nature of the combat. We're a little bit more casual in the games that we like to play. We're still thoroughly enjoying Lego Batman, even though I wish that had like online co-op or better performance in split-screen co-op. But sadly, this looks like a fantastic game that I just would not have time to play. But good for the Xbox fans and the Xbox loyal. This did get shadow dropped, and I know that was pretty exciting. And again, I wanted to make sure and mention this. This was another big win for the showcase, getting the Persona 6 announcement. It was basically just a logo, which is fine. It's totally fine to have announcements like this, but I think this is another win for Xbox as a brand. They're trying to sort of get some of those games that traditionally they're not associated with them involved in their event and involved in their showcase, and I think this was, again, another win for them, even though I'm not super interested. And another game that I'm not super interested in and have never really played at length. I mean, I think I played a flight sim for like 30 minutes once. I think the flight sim trailers are always spectacular. They always make me feel something. There's just something about the grandeur of, existence in the globe and just how beautiful creation is. It's just like, wow, a game that really showcases it. It's like when you watch those really dramatic nature specials or something like that, like Blue Planet or something, or Planet Earth. These games, it's always good to have these involved in the showcase. They're just such a great technical showcase of what they've achieved with Flight Sim, even if I'm never really going to play the games and they don't really interest me. Another big surprise was Crazy Taxi. I remember working at Hollywood Video, and this was like the only game you could play on the Dreamcast that we had set up in the Hollywood Video. This and like some kind of Royal Rumble boxing game or something I remember playing. And this was a game that I never really got to play outside of that context, but I always remember it being fun and chaotic and just irreverent, and it was exciting, I think, for people to see an old franchise like this rear its head. I'm thinking back to, like, I was in high school playing Crazy Taxi on a Dreamcast, and that was like 27 years ago when I played this game last. So this was an exciting announcement, I think, for the showcase, and I think it really added to the vibes of an Xbox showcase that just didn't quit from moment one to moment end. Now, Valor Mortis is a game that I'm not sure if I'll get into it. I'm definitely going to try it, though. I want to have a game with first-person melee-based combat win me over. It hasn't happened yet, but this game's got vibes, and it's got presence, and it's just got tone. It's gritty. It's gruesome. I'm hoping this game can deliver and I can enjoy it. This, I think, was another good showing for the Xbox Showcase. And again, I've just never really played a first-person melee-based game and been able to really get into it. People are saying it's a Souls game. I don't know if this is a Souls game because you can't. I don't think this style of combat would ever be described as Souls. But in any case, I'm hoping that it can deliver. Now, the last game I want to make sure and make mention of, I didn't put these in any particular order. I just kind of went through the whole list that they had on that image. I think Magicians: The Devil's Deal looks fantastic. It's another game sort of in that like BioShock adjacent art style, very reminiscent. People were thinking it was like maybe Dishonored or something. And this game looks great. Now, obviously, a lot of the gameplay was simulated, but once they got to like the actual gameplay in the second half, I'm going to kind of skip ahead. So this is all very simulated, and you can kind of tell that they're just sort of giving you like an idea and a vibe of like what the game's going to feel like. But then there are sections where, and I might be out of order here, this might be the section where the gameplay looks genuine. There was a section where I could kind of feel like it flipped over into real gameplay. I think that was actually it. I think it looks very cool. I think it looks like it's got its own it's got its own style. It's got its own vibe, and this is coming 2027. Now, we don't know if this is skipping PlayStation 5 because there was no logo there, so that could be another one that maybe the end card's just not right, like it was for Resonance or whatever. But I think that was another one worth mentioning. So I'm sure we have lots to debate and lots to talk about. I think the exclusivity is probably going to dominate today's conversation because I am extremely confused about what exactly their goal is. I still feel like they're playing a bit of a looky-loo game. They want everybody fixating on the fact that Xbox is going back to exclusives, but then when you listen to them talk about it, it doesn't feel like a strong commitment. It's a case-by-case basis, and I don't think there's going to be a significant move in a direction of doing a bunch of them. But I've got some people to thank. We're already working on the goal for the week. And Ginger Prime, Han shot first, and so did you. A 5-bomb to kick off the Monday, but we already had 25 from yesterday. And then Joker Quinn, thank you so much for gifting a member to throw the total off and make it weird. You're the best. And then Sear with 27 months gameplay on a PS5 Pro. I'm not sure what you're referring to. It was a long show open. Melon Matt with a $5 super chat says, what message is Xbox trying to send, making Gears console exclusive, but yet they're still giving every other game to PlayStation? Make it make sense. Guys, do me a favor and get me to 200 likes really quickly over there on YouTube. And Pork Pie is here today. Good to see you, Pork Pie. Dropping an 18 months renewal on Twitch. I hope you're still here, Pork. That was like, what was that? That was like 17 minutes ago. And Wired Rope is going to do a 5-bomb over there on YouTube. I'm sorry, on Twitch. Thank you so much. Oh, the total's messed up. I forgot to reset the total from yesterday. That's fine. We'll just inherit yesterday's gifting to today's gifting. But thank you for the 5-spot Wired Rope, putting Twitch on the board. I'm extremely consistent in my criticism of Xbox games, says Hidden Siriu. I don't care when they're released. They don't do enough innovating for me. I thought there was plenty of innovation in the Gears of War E-Day Direct, I'm sorry. I think Gears of War looks fantastic. I really do. I was like worried about like how's it going to look? How's it going to feel? Like are they going to kind of give it a lot of new movement and choices, which as a prequel, it is a little bit weird to give the character more volition and movement and more verticality, because you might question, well, why couldn't we do this in the other games? I think it's totally fine to increase player volition and movement and give you that verticality to climb up on stuff, even though it would make it a little bit weird to be like, well, wait, why couldn't we do those things in the previous game? Oh, yeah, Killer Bean goes into early access today, guys, so make sure and check that out on Steam. And Rare Killer with 57 months and a member plus, let's add it to the total, 39 on the week already. Use age as the reason. I don't even really need a reason, to be quite honest with you. It's not like I need to be told why they can't climb things in the other games. Like, who the frick cares? Just make a good game, and that's what it looks like they did to me. It looks like they just made a good game. Yo, Rare Killer also gifts one and pays it forward. We are a 10-bomb away from 50, where I will owe you guys the first member of the day. Thank you so much for being here. They probably have deals with PlayStation and Nintendo with some unknown games at the moment, but games that have started development are a halfway point It's all up in the air now what Xbox will do. But I think that's why it's fair for Xbox fans to ask those questions. Like, you canceled a Gears of War port. It's ready to go. It's sitting on a hard drive. It has multiplayer. It likely has ongoing content, and you're not shipping it. We know that's better for multiplayer games and live service games. But you're going to announce Senua and make it a multiplat? Like, I think those are fair questions for the Xbox loyal to ask. Because, like, Senua's a brand new game. It's a brand new game. Like, why wouldn't you announce that as a console exclusive? I think the answer is they're not really recommitting to exclusivity. I just don't think that they are. I think they know the money isn't there. It's not good for them to do it that way. Their player base that they sell to is just too small, and the budgets are getting bigger and games are getting more expensive. Now, that's not true for Nintendo and PlayStation. They have much larger user bases that will buy exclusives. So I don't know. The whole thing seemed very reactionary to me. It felt like an 11th hour rug pull. Just right at the last minute. Oh, yeah, no, cancel the port. That is, of all the decisions, it just feels bizarre knowing that the game's ready. That's like, that for an executive to swallow has got to be tough. I don't know how she convinced them to do it. Because they're like, what do you mean? It's ready to go. Like, we're gonna make money on it. Resonance with a £5 super chat says, Resonance looks incredible. Devs and combats inspired by Ghost of Tsushima. Greek myth is the lore on the story. Plus, I love Sophia and Requiem. Yeah, she was a great character in the second game. Anything that comes to Xbox is cursed because of Game Pass. I'm just very, very curious. What's good, Al Pastor Taco? I am just very curious what their goal is. Because they learned and literally admitted that they can't put Call of Duty on Game Pass. They admit this. They yank Call of Duty from Game Pass. We know they lost money putting it there. And you're going to take a game like Gears that has been in production for a really long time. There's a multiplayer component. There is very likely an ongoing content component. And you scrapped that port because why? Yo, Chrono, thank you for the raid. Guys, make sure and check out Chrono over there on the various platforms that he streams on. We are on a podcast every Friday together called the Gaming Roundtable, and this is going to be a good week because Cognito's going to be there, and he was at the Xbox Fan Fest event. Edwin comes in with a gifted member. Thank you so much, and bumps a line to 41, and we got a hype train going on Twitch as well. Agreed. It's throwing away money and work, says Hervé, but they are hoping it'll sell consoles and Game Pass. As a PC-only gamer, I do consider Game Pass, but that is what its sticks are, considering Game Pass. Here's the thing. And guys, we're super close to 200 likes. Thank you so much on YouTube for getting us 200 likes. To be fair, Sony scrapped a port of Demon's Souls for PC, and that one was complete too. I don't think I ever saw that reported. Where did you get that information? I don't think I ever saw that there was a complete port of Demon's Souls for PC that was scrapped. That would seem insane to me. It would feel like that would sell really well on PC. I said this yesterday. I feel like they're trying to stop the bleeding. I feel like they know, and there's another raid from Chrono over here on YouTube. Guys, check out Chrono32123 is the username. Be sure to check out his channel and his Twitter as well as his Twitch. Gears only has 100,000 views on the Xbox channel. Think about what that trailer would have done on the PlayStation channel, man. PlayStation's YouTube channel is ridiculous. The engagement on the PlayStation YouTube channel is bonkers. Yeah, Jez is saying that it doesn't end with Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution. Let me explain what I mean by stop the bleeding. I think they saw where Xbox was standing as a brand. I think they saw where things were headed, and they said, we're losing people. We're losing Game Pass subscribers. We're losing loyalists. People are switching teams. We have got to get them to stop. We've got to get them to stop. Well, a really good way to get your most long-standing fans to stay put is to have this vague, case-by-case exclusivity on games where they're likely picking targets that will make them, will hurt the least financially. Like, I don't think they're going to take a huge financial hit not shipping Clockwork on PlayStation. Now, not shipping Gears of War E-Day on PlayStation, that's another discussion, because I still feel like the vibe of Gears and the ongoing content and the third person, I don't know. I feel like that trailer would have probably got a lot of PlayStation boys to wish list if it was over there on that PlayStation channel, okay? But I still think that's the goal. The goal is, if there's no definitive answer, if there's no way for you to know what's going to be an exclusive or not, it's harder to leave. You want to leave right now when Gears is about to drop? You want to leave right now when Clockwork's finally showing up next year? You don't want to, you like, that's my point, is like, that makes it harder for you to leave the platform. I don't think this is designed to get people to buy Xboxes. I don't think so. Now, Matt Booty says that's what they're doing. They want you to have a reason to buy an Xbox. I think they know that ship is sailed. We are late in the gen. Everybody's hardware sales are slowing down. Everybody's. PlayStation's, Nintendo's, Xbox. They're having to do price increases. That doesn't help either, okay? I do not think this is designed to get people to buy Xboxes. It's designed to keep people from leaving, because now you don't know. You're like, well, I don't know what's going to be an exclusive or not. Elder Scrolls is definitely going to be an exclusive now. No, I don't think so. I think Elder Scrolls, the Bethesda fans on PlayStation are too big. There's too many of them. Starfield took like 3 years to come to PlayStation, and it's still charted and sold well. Come on, man. Fallout 4 sold like a ridiculous amount of copies on PlayStation. There are so many Bethesda fans on the PlayStation platform. Elder Scrolls 6, I do not think Elder Scrolls 6 would skip PlayStation. That's why they're saying case by case. Because I think when it's an instance of a game that they know will sell very well on PlayStation, they're not going to skip. Like, Gears of War Reloaded, I don't think did all that well. It didn't do all that well everywhere. It's an old game, and it was a remaster, and many of the Gears fans felt like they had already played a remaster of it. So a lot of people skipped it. But I don't think that was a good call. If they base this decision off of Gears of War Reloaded sales on PlayStation, I think that was a misfire. I think Gears of War E-Day could have done very well on the PlayStation platform. I mean, they obviously don't agree. Or at least they're like, hey, that's a loss we're willing to take. Let us have a W. Oh, I don't think you understand. I'm talking about the business side here. I called the showcase a 10 out of 10. I think it was the best showcase of Summer Game Fest. Now, big Final Fantasy fans don't agree with me. They think Keighley's was the best. I think Xbox's showcase was the best. I think the State of Play was an 8. Keighley's show was a 9. I thought this show was a 10 out of 10. I didn't feel like they made a single misstep. The only thing I was a little iffy on was the way they packaged Fable one more time with like simulated gameplay that looks nothing like what they showed at the Developer Direct. You know, I'm not a fan of that. I've never been a big fan of that kind of like positioning of a game. I'd rather you just show me the game, okay? So I'm saying it's a great showcase. I'm talking the business side here, like the way they're talking about it. They're being really inconsistent and really cagey. It's like no one can get a concrete answer, because it's like, well, what are we doing here? Why are you doing this? Yeah, Jeff Grubb is saying the Blade game might be dead, but Special Nick said he just heard about the game and that it's doing well, and one of the people working on the game just yesterday replied to somebody and said, let us cook. So I don't know. I don't think Blade is dead. Grubb might have just been speculating on like a lack of info. I don't know if he's heard anything concrete. He also said it might be dead. Again, that might have just been him speculating based on a lack of info. You need to watch how he was asked that question. Well, you know, enlighten me. Grubb walked it back. The way he phrased it, I'm like, this could just be like an off-the-cuff observation. He's like, yeah, it might be dead. I don't know. Like, we haven't heard anything. And then it gets quoted, and when you see it in black and white, you're like, oh, no, it might be dead? Like, you know what I mean? Jeff pulled back on that this morning. Okay, yeah, Special Nick came out and said, he's like, I just heard about it, and it sounded like it was doing well. And one of the developers literally just replied to a tweet and said, let us cook. He came out and did say he was speculating. Okay, yeah, you see, I've been doing this long enough to know how this works. I saw that quote and I was like, I bet you dollars to donuts that Grubb was just guessing. Like, yeah, we haven't really heard anything. It might be dead. And then people are like, Jeff Grubb says Blade might be dead. I was like, wait a minute. Jeff Grubb says, whoa, no, I was just speculating here. I've checked since. It sounds like there are reasons we haven't seen it, but those reasons are not because there are problems with the game. It's not dead. There you go. There you go. That's official from Jeff Grubb as of 9:23, like an hour and a half ago. He's saying, oh no, yeah, it's not dead. Sorry, I was just making a. That's the problem when you're an insider. Whenever you say something like that, he's just being conversational, but that sentence is a great headline for clicks. Like, Jeff Grubb says Blade might be dead, and then everybody runs with it, and he's like, oh no, I was just guessing. I just haven't heard anything, so I said, yeah, it might be dead. That's not what I meant. So, there you go. New Halo campaign evolved. Story trailer just dropped. Different from the prequel missions trailer from yesterday. Is it on the Xbox channel, I'm assuming? I thought that campaign evolved looked good. I thought it looked so good. It's not on the Xbox channel. Find the difference. Well, it's so unfair. I know people are going to run with this kind of like you know, these kind of like tribalistic comparisons. And this is why I really think the exclusivity conversation from Xbox, I really do think they're being super evasive and they're not making any firm commitments because they know that the PlayStation funnel is massive. It's on the Halo page? Okay. They know that the PlayStation funnel is massive. The PlayStation marketing funnel is massive. The PlayStation channel does well. I mean, games go over there and they come on, y'all. They pop off, okay? They do. All right, I'm not going to watch the premiere because premieres always have terrible resolution. So we'll wait for the premiere to end and then we'll watch it at a high resolution. I'm going to hold off on the Halo Campaign Evolved cinematic story trailer that just dropped. Premieres they always look terrible because they premiere at 1080, right? This Halo trailer captured on a PS5. Are you telling jokes, Riot? Are you being a troll? Or are you being serious? Oh my gosh. The beginning of the trailer literally says captured on a PS5 Pro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. You guys have gotta let your boys have a day. You gotta let your boys have a day. Let them have one day. Come on. These Xbox boys, they're waking up this morning. They're wiping the sleep out of their eye. They partied hard last night. They're like, yeah, Xbox is back. And then this trailer hits and they're like, man, what the f is this? That's rude, bro. That is rude. These boys had a big day yesterday. Let them have their day. I was so happy for all of them. I was like, y'all went to the Fan Fest. Y'all got Xboxes. Y'all got to stand next to Asha Sharma. And, you know, they're all calling her Asha Shawty. And it's like, hey, you know, you guys had a good day. And then they got to come out with this the next day. In all seriousness, though, I do hope Halo Campaign Evolved does well. It did look really good yesterday. I thought it looked great. I thought it looked better than the first time they debuted it. But that's just kind of mean, you know? That's just kind of mean, boys. Wait, I'm late. What game is he talking about? There's a Halo Campaign Evolved cinematic story trailer premiering right now, and the first frame of the trailer says it was captured on a PS5 Pro. So it's just, you know, it's just a little, you know, it's just a little rude, you know, waking up in the morning after a huge day for Xbox and celebrating. And seeing that, you know, it's just, they're not going to like it. Just ended. Okay, thank you, Game Riot. Let's refresh this premiere so we can watch it at a good res. Okay, so we got quality for. I'll put it at 4. Not here. I'll put it at. Let's put it at 4K. Let me go full screen, and I'm gonna unmute it. It's an Xbox day, so we gotta watch this. You know, we gotta watch this, and I want it full screen so that it looks good for everybody.
Now move it out! Double time!
It looks good, don't it?
We were losing the war. Pushed to the edge of extinction by an alien alliance bent on our eradication. The Covenant. So we made a bet and trusted everything we had left to one soldier.
John Chief.
Those of us who managed to escape found something. It wasn't refuge. It was something ancient.
That's pretty.
Beautiful. And dangerous. The Covenant followed us here. If they claim this place, humanity doesn't survive.
That's not going to happen.
You are more than your armor. More than your mission. And more than they can handle.
It looks so good, boys. I'm not a big Halo guy, but this looks really good. It's so shiny. It's just so shiny and reflective. Okay.
They believe they can break us. They believe the fight ends here. They're wrong.
It's just that the original soundtrack is just so good. It's so timeless. I was not really enthused about that game until yesterday and now. That is a very nice collector's edition. Master Chief just looks so good there. Here's the thing. Like, they've got me day one on that one. I wasn't really enthused about it. I was like, it's Halo, blah blah blah. The first showing of it was just not that great. I think it looked good, but that looks like hot. You know what I mean? That looks like a Halo from today. Like if you made a Halo right now for today, it just very shiny and reflective, and I think that's good for the Halo environments. It feels very sci-fi. It feels very, futuristic, and I think a lot of people were comparing the Halo campaign Evolved to like the original, and they're like, why does the original look better? And I remember telling people, I'm like, well, the original had to work really hard to look good. I feel like art direction in older games was sometimes better because they had to do a lot of extra work to make the ground and the walls and the guns look cool. And I would say now that looks significantly better. That's a huge upgrade. So very exciting. We're joking about the captured on PS5 Pro thing at the beginning of the trailer. That's not that big of a deal. I would say the Xbox fans can be very, very happy right now. You guys had a killer showcase. You can be excited about exclusives. I think it was a smart play to have the way they structured it. I think they structured the entire showcase very, 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 very well. I thought it was structured well. It was paced well. Like I said, there were 28 announcements, and 7 of them didn't land on me. Now, some of those were just like updates on Elder Scrolls or Fallout 76. Like, that's fine. Like, that, not every announcement is gonna just smack you in the jaw. But I thought, man, 21 announcements to be excited about. Now, some announcements that I was excited about, I wasn't even excited about them for me, like Persona or Flight Sim. I'm just excited for you guys, the brand, and people that like those games, to be able to enjoy, a showcase with big announcements like that. I think that's it's just spectacular to have like showcase after showcase this Summer Game Fest. Just everybody did such a great job. I really do. Like, what a time to be a gamer. I don't know how anybody could be upset or complaining or negative right now. If you take half of the games announced in the last week, so start with State of Play to now, and we're hearing there's a Nintendo Direct tomorrow, and we're hearing Ocarina of Time will end it. Oh, it's about to be the absolute capstone. I will be covering that event. I don't really cover Nintendo events all that often, but good Nintendo Directs I've enjoyed covering, especially when there's a potential for a big announcement. We will be covering that tomorrow. Don't miss it. But if you take half of the games announced in the last week, half of them, and pretend that they don't exist, you still have a ridiculous amount of games. I mean, I'm saying cut them in half. Just take half of them and pretend they don't exist. There's so many. So take every game that you're not interested in, every game you thought looked mid or dumb, and who cares? There's no way the list of games that you thought were bad or mid or dumb is a very long list. There's so many good games, so many big game announcements from the Xbox showcase. And PlayStation and Jeff Keighley's event. Just fantastic. I like. There's no complaints. I have no complaints. I really don't. Especially as now we're getting a Nintendo event tomorrow. We're getting a Fable gameplay showcase on Wednesday. Like, I would just encourage people to just be happy right now. Like, be excited. It's a great time. It's a great time to be a gamer. No complaints from me whatsoever. At first, I was sad that Clockwork wasn't exclusive, and then I remembered that I have a Series X in the closet. Yeah, I've always told people that the Series X is a good machine. Like, anytime I played anything on it, like when I went back and played games like, Titanfall, when they updated the FPS, or like when I, what was one of the games I played on it? I'm trying to think. I mean, we know Forza looked incredible on it. I just don't really play racing games. But like I've always said, this is a good piece of equipment that needs something, to show off. Well, I'm going to have that very shortly in October with Gears of War. Very shortly. Cool Spoon says, as a lifelong Halo fan, and Combat Evolved is my favorite, this feels okay. Anniversary completely betrayed the art direction. Campaign Evolved has changed some art direction. It feels more like a coalescing of assets, mostly from the Bungie days. I really just want the Halo 2 Anniversary treatment for Combat Evolved in terms of art direction, and still add updated mechanics like Campaign Evolved is already doing. Also, I will absolutely not play with anyone using those goofy skins. MTAO says, "Did you see this guy indicate that Halo's new game cover is pushing trans rights with the colors in the sky?" Listen, man, I've told you guys before, never go full. Never go full, y'all. Like, some of these guys out here are going full. They're like, look at the color in the sky. That's gay. It's like, okay, whatever you say, big dog, whatever you say. All right. You know what I mean? You're either permanently tripping acid, or you might be mentally in trouble. Like, you know what I mean? Can you even tie your shoes? Howdy, I agree. I calculated games from September to October, and it totaled over $500. But like you said, if you remove half the games announced and pace it, there are tons of games coming out 2026 to 2027. Well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like, even if you're upset about, like, people like, God of War, Lao Fei, man, shut the frick up and play something else then. There's so many games coming out. Like, you're not going to have time for all of them. You better be budgeting right now. Y'all better be budgeting. You better be setting that money aside, because your wife or your imaginary girlfriend isn't going to like it when you're emptying the bank account on, like, the 7th game that you haven't finished or rolled credits on. You know what I'm saying? It's a stupid amount of games. An absolutely stupid amount of games are coming out. More than we could conceivably play all when they come out. You're not going to be able to. You're not going to be able to play them all. You're not going to. Yeah, we're getting drops because of the channel skin, guys. We got a Minecraft channel skin running right now. Thank you again for Minecraft for sponsoring this segment of the broadcast for about an hour. We appreciate it, and you guys can get those drops. Budgeting? Nah, man, I'm like 2 years behind. Chrono's like, I don't need to budget. I don't have to buy a dadgum thing. I have so many games that I need to play. One last thing, says Cool Spoon. Did you see Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee remake? I love the Godzilla Pipework games, and I am excited that they're coming back. Shout out to the Gigabash for keeping the Kaiju Brawler alive. No, I didn't see that. Yeah, if you guys don't mind watching on, Twitch instead of YouTube for an hour or so, that does help me out. We have a channel skin running over there, and again, a sponsored segment for Minecraft that you guys can get drops on. I agree with Chrono. I'll get them in time. Let them patch the bugs and go on a Steam sale. All right, Zubair, and maybe Chrono as well. There's got to be a handful in the mix, though, that you're not going to be able to resist temptation on. What's the game that you are buying? Even though your backlog is ridiculous, as is mine, what's the thing you're buying anyway? Is it Control Resonant? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at Control Resonant thinking, or like the, Castlevania Belmont's Curse. I already spent like $250 on one game yesterday, says Talica. A lot of those collector's editions sold out within like minutes. I was seeing people say that, like a handful of the collector's editions. Oh, sure, I'll get the ones I have time to play. Control 100%. Okay, yeah, I figured. I was like, there's got to be games in the list you're just getting anyway. You know what I mean? Galo. Instead of Halo, calling it Galo. That's pretty good. You know what I mean? J-Lo might come calling and saying that's too close to her brand name, though. Go check the Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee trailer. GTA is about to get rocked trying to launch at the same month as Godzilla. If it's a brawler, I just don't care. I don't like brawlers. Definitely have to get Control in Castlevania. I need the physical for both. I bought my first ever collector's edition yesterday for $250 for Fable. The Fable collector's edition went hard, man. It looked really good. They all looked good. The only game I personally want is Gears, but I'm going to have to buy an Xbox for it, which in my opinion will be worth. You're going to buy an Xbox just for Gears. All right. They got one, boys. They got one. The whole Xbox showcase definitely made me resub to Game Pass. Too many games, says Dryad Sons. Credit where credit's due. What did I say yesterday? I said I think the Xbox showcase, they're going to pull out all the stops. They want to end Summer Game Fest and be seen as the best showcase. I think they did it. I mean, there are some people that thought Jeff Keighley's was better, but that comes down to preferences. Like the big Final Fantasy guys are never going to see it another way, right? They're so enthused, to have the announcement. Zealot comes in with a member plus. Thank you so much, and gets us to 42. But I think Xbox set out to have the best showcase, and I would argue that they did. I think theirs was the most consistent. I really do. I think the PlayStation 1 had a couple lulls, and if you're not big on, third-person action games, then there weren't any real big bangers for you, from PlayStation. And because both Lao Fei and Wolverine are third-person action games, which I love third-person action games, so I was happy. I was thrilled. I was like, this is great. It was a good way to end Summer Game Fest, says Ginger. You're getting Blood Message for sure. Xbox had the best showcase in gaming history. They won. Oh, you think it's the best in gaming history? I mean, I don't know about in gaming history. It's hard because there are some crazy showcases back in the day. But yeah, it was very, very good. I thought it was very, very good. Lone, in your opinion, what will it take for Xbox to maintain this exclusive train? I don't think that's their goal. Jamal with 32 months, let me add it to the total here. He says, Lono, Xbox had the best showcase, but Final Fantasy VII is taking Game of the Year in 2027. You heard it here first. It'll probably be a front runner for Game of the Year. I'd be watching out for Exodus, though. I'd be watching out, dude. Exodus could come out of nowhere and just absolutely dominate. I don't know. There's something about that game. There is something about that game. There's something about that Mass Effect, love letter that could do very, very well in the review circuit. But yeah, FF7's probably another front runner. Nintendo Switch 2 launch showcase is the GOAT because of Kirby Air Riders. There you go. Doctavius, that's a great username. I have at least 4 for 2026, which are a must-buy. FF7 Revelation encouraged me to finish the first one and complete the second one before the third comes out. Oh, Mediocre says, my takeaway from the Xbox showcase is that they are still all in on Game Pass. Every first-party game is day one. I thought they would slowly start to pivot away from that. Well, I don't think they wanted to do any more of that until they get some distance from Call of Duty not being on there. Mediocre. That's my theory. I definitely think there's going to be a continual move away from putting their biggest and most expensive titles day and date on Game Pass, right? I do. I think they're going to continually move away from it. But I don't think they wanted to do it again until they get some distance from Call of Duty. Like, Call of Duty's not even out yet. And that's going to be another reminder of like, oh yeah, COD's not on Game Pass. What did Game Riot say? I think we peaked at the God of War reveal. Oh, like when he walked out and the music started and everybody lost their dadgum minds. That was a pretty great moment. I don't know if that whole showcase was as strong as the Xbox showcase yesterday was just so consistent. You know what I mean? It was just from beginning to end. Was it only like 2 or 3 games not on Game Pass from the show? I'm not sure. I didn't pay any attention to that. I wasn't even... Usually I write games down as they show them, and I wasn't doing that because I was just in. They pulled me in moment one with Gears, and I completely forgot because usually I have my clipboard, and I like to write the games down as they pop up so that at the end of the show, I can just run down through every game and give you guys my thoughts. I completely forgot to because I was just kind of enraptured. 44 months from Lone Wolf says, 44 months, as I always say, I love this community. Thank you all for the content, Lona. You're the GOAT. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. How many showcases has Metro, State of Decay each been at? 5, 7? Metro just got announced this year. What are you talking about? Oh, you meant to say Fable. I was like, Metro? Yeah, Fable and State of Decay have been in, like, I don't know, 6 showcases. They've been in, like, 6 showcases at this point, brother. They're a permanent resident of showcases. They're like, hey, we heard you're having a showcase. $2 from Randy. I would think Wolverine can get Game of the Year. No, I don't think so. I think hero games, action games struggle in that department. I think Game of the Year is incredibly competitive. I think this year it's like Resident Evil 9, Pragmata, maybe Soros. Control Resonant, I think, is going to be up there. It's a tough year, man. Yeah, GTA 6 is likely. Here's what's going to be weird about GTA 6. We've heard no review copies are going out. So I don't know how the press is even going to vote for it. They're not going to have enough time. Unless the deadline for the Game Awards is like the 23rd or 2nd or something weird. Like, I don't know how they're going to have time. Yeah, 007 could get a nomination. Fable went through some big changes, but looks good. My frustration with the Fable trailer, it's just like the other Fable trailers where all the gameplay is simulated. That gameplay in that trailer looks nothing like what they showed at the Dev Direct. The Dev Direct was so stiff. So here's the thing. When they show up this Wednesday with gameplay, man, it better be... I really want it to look transformative compared to what they showed at the Dev Direct. I was not impressed at all by what they showed at Dev Direct. It was clunky. It was heavily edited. There was no open world gameplay at all. Like, riding on a horse for 10 yards and cutting the camera is not open world gameplay. So, they'll allow it to be added like they did for Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever game that got added late. There was no game that got added late to the Game Awards. Xbox had the best showcase for Westerners. I'd say worldwide, Sony was better. Americans just love FPS games so much. I mean, there could be regional differences between what people think, and Xbox is an American-based company, homie. Like, they're making games that speak to their primary audience. You're not really making a deep sociological observation. You know what I mean? Dan says, Kalshi has RE9 and GTA 6 for Game of the Year. I don't know who that is. I don't know what you're talking about. Zero chance a hack and slash like Wolverine will be nominated for Game of the Year. Yeah, I mean, Spider-Man 2 got a nom the 1 year. And remember, I told you guys, I said Spider-Man 2 is going to walk away empty-handed at the Game Awards. I said I think that it was too competitive, and games like that tend to get sidelined when it comes time to vote. They just get sidelined, right? And that's fine. That's fine. Wolverine can be an amazing and fun game even if it wins 0 awards. Like, Spider-Man 2 was great. It was super fun. It delivered a great game, and it didn't win anything, and that's fine. Like, I think the Game Awards are exceptionally tough this year. Wolvie could definitely walk away with, like, action game, but Phantom Blade Zero is there. Saros is there. I don't know. Action game's going to be a tough category as well. So, Tim Dog says, I thought about this a lot yesterday. I get called mentally ill and crazy a lot, and that's because of my emotions and theater I have always done on Twitter. I'm not mentally ill or crazy. Rather, it's immaturity, really. I mean, I had a lengthy phone call with Tim Dog like a year ago. I think he just gets really eccentric and not crazy. He gets really eccentric and wound up on Twitter, so people think he's crazy. He gets a little crazy. That doesn't mean he is crazy. I think we all get a little crazy about certain subjects. Like the way that you scream at your television when your team is losing your favorite sports ball game, you get a little crazy. That doesn't mean you're crazy. Kelsey's like, Robin Hood, you can bet on anything. Oh. The betting platform. Yeah, I don't endorse or support any of that rampant online betting. I don't. You will never see me take a sponsorship deal from any of those companies. I don't support or endorse what they're doing. Sounds like someone who's mentally unstable, though. It can be a lack of emotional maturity, or it could be, unstable, instability, right? Yeah, but it doesn't mean they're crazy. A $5 super chat from Dan says, until Game Pass removes more day and date games, even with the price it is right now, it's a steal. You're not wrong, Dan. You're not wrong. Yeah. Onimusha could get a Game of the Year nomination for sure. The way Xbox is cooking, my Xbox might get more gaming hours than my PlayStation. I'm definitely going to be booting up the old Xbox Series X for Gears of War E-Day. I ain't missing that. I actually wish, this is the first time I've ever wished I had a second Xbox because of co-op. I don't know if I could get, because my gaming rig is really nice. My 5070 is really nice. I'm assuming I could play on PC and Madam could play on the Series X, and we could each play on our own TV. I'll have to look into how I could possibly do that. That might be an exception I would make to being like, I don't want to set up a gaming rig in the living room. I wonder if there would be a good and conceivable way to get my 5070 running on the TV in the living room so that I could play Gears like at godlike settings, and then Madam could play on the Series X. Do you do this just to hurt me? No, Zubair. No, I love you. You you just take pain from weird stuff, man. Split screen co-op is so rare these days, and there's no way it's going to run at 60 FPS. I mean, Lego Batman doesn't run at 60 FPS. It has split screen, but I highly doubt it that Gears, it probably won't look very good either. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to have to really turn down some of the settings for that split screen, because it's beautiful, man. The lighting looks so nice. What are your thoughts on Asha's approach so far and all the people saying Phil was the issue? Listen. Some of y'all out here aren't loyal. I'm going to say it. Y'all aren't loyal. Phil was your guy. He was your boy. And you went to war for him. And you talked about exclusives being anti-consumer. And you talked about this is where the industry's going. And now, all it takes is a pretty face and 2 console exclusives. And you turn on him. You turn on him. Yeah, some of y'all ain't loyal. You fake. You phony. I liked Phil all the way up until that last year or two, and I did not like how he handled the evolution. He irritated me. I always liked Phil. I always took up for Phil. But then he started getting kind of out of pocket with like blaming Larian for, the delay on Series S, and he's like being a little weird and misleading. I got a little frustrated with Phil, but I still liked Phil. And some of y'all out here are fake. You're phonies. You turn your back on the man and you want to blame him because you get 2 console exclusives. You know what I'm saying? Y'all didn't forget about Dre. You forgot about Phil. Like, Phil kept the brand alive. Phil kept Xbox in the fight. There is no Xbox without Phil Spencer. The brand was on the brink. You put some respect on that man's name. Did he make every decision was good? No. Did he make mistakes? Sure. Did I agree with everything he did and said? No. But don't sit here and act like, oh, yeah, the previous gen was a disaster and it's all on Phil. It's all on Phil. Now we're back. Now everything's good. Man, shut the frick up. Y'all ain't loyal. Y'all ain't loyal. She does have one hell of a pretty face. Yeah, she's pretty. Ain't no denying it. There's no denying it. She was picked very carefully. She is really smart. She's got all the AI background. And she's a great front face for the brand. It's not a coincidence that they pick good-looking people for front-facing jobs like this. People want to look at attractive people. Like, come on. The way y'all threw Sarah Bond under the bus, and the way y'all are now acting like everything was on Phil, you can take a walk. You can take a walk. That's bogus. Yeah, they're showing Fable on Wednesday. I don't know the exact time. Is it 9 or 10 or something like that? Yo, Noberto was 61 months. 2026 is freaking stacked. I still haven't caught up on all the releases and announcements. Thank you so much. We are exactly 5 away from 50. Somebody dropped the 5 bomb. I haven't owed a member yet today. Make me do it. $10 super chat says, Phil had to pull Xbox back from the brink. That's what I'm saying. You put some respect on that man's name. Was he a wordsmith? Did he spin things? Did I feel like he got a little misleading in the twilight years of his career? Yeah, he didn't have much of a choice, but I didn't really like how he handled the last couple of years. I didn't like it. But I still liked Phil. I still liked him. He was still a good frontman. He stayed in the trenches. He did what needed to be done. And to suddenly turn on that man because Asha's back and gave you a couple of console exclusives. You know what I mean? You want to turn on that man. We didn't forget about Dre. We forgot about Phil. That's what I'm saying. Y'all didn't forget about Dre. You guys are forgetting about Phil. Fact, there is no Xbox without Phil Spencer. That's what I'm saying. There is no Xbox today without Phil Spencer. That homie got into the burning building and put the fire out and saved it. The Xbox executives wanted to kill it like 12 years ago. How many players do you think Destiny gets tomorrow? I have no idea. I thought we all agreed to blame Sarah Bond. I must have missed the blame Phil memo. Oh, there's a bunch of people now making it seem like it was him this whole time. Valentine, thank you so much for the membership. Adding to the total, I appreciate it. I was seeing that on Twitter last night, and I'm like, man, that's pathetic. That's pathetic, dude. You turn your back on Phil. Turn your back on Phil. Crazy times. Crazy times that we live in. These guys are like, man, yeah, Phil did all this. This is all Phil's fault. Here's the thing. This is the other thing that you really need to realize, okay? They're not walking back a lot of those strategies. They're not. They aren't. If 95% of the games they bring to the market are multi-plat and like one a year is a console exclusive, do you really think that you like, oh yeah, actually, yeah, Phil ruined everything and this is so much better? It's like, that's like a percentage point of difference from what Phil was doing. That's nothing significant. Like, come on. I still think they're gonna go back on their word with Gears. I do. I think they're gonna go back on their word with Gears. Aaron Greenberg tweeted a couple of years ago that Starfield was not a timed exclusive, and then it came to PlayStation. I'm telling you, the plan is the plan until it's not the plan. The next Lego game will be on a major Warner Brothers title in Unreal 5. It'll be DC. It's going to be Superman. There's no doubt in my mind it won't be Superman. The thing is, I don't know how a consumer eyes on Xbox after almost all those Xbox games appearing on PlayStation unless you really like Gears and or Game Pass. Here's what it does, creator. This is what it does, and here's my theory. Guys, really quickly, while I'm giving you my theory here, if you're watching on YouTube, everybody go hit that thumbs up. It really helps me when the like count is good. So let's get to 300 likes. You guys are crushing it today. Here's my theory. Gears of War and Clockwork Revolution are seeds. They're seeds of doubt. You're like, doubt? Yes, let me explain. If you see Xbox come out with a showcase and Gears all the way to Clockwork, everything's going to PlayStation, you're like, why would I stay here? Why? I might as well just go buy a PlayStation 5 because then I can play Wolverine and I can play all these games. But they plant a seed of doubt in your mind because now you're like, wait a minute. If Gears is staying console exclusive and Clockwork Revolution is staying console exclusive, anything could show up as a console exclusive. I better keep my Xbox. I better stay on Game Pass. I better stay here. It plants a seed of doubt because now you're uncertain. You're like, well, I don't know. I don't know what Xbox is going to do. I don't. Do you see? It makes it unpredictable. And with it being unpredictable, you can't, now as a consumer, you're like, well, not only do I have this huge Xbox library, but I don't want to miss out on Gears. I don't want to miss out on Clockwork Revolution. Anything could come out and be a console exclusive. It plants that seed in your mind to be like, you may want to stay put, it's case by case basis. And it could be like 4 games over 5 years. It doesn't even have to be that many games. It doesn't. It does not have to be that many games for this to work. Kirk says if they go back on Gears exclusivity, though, they would lose the only benefit of the exclusivity in the first place, which was to curry favor with the disaffected community. That's the kicker, Kirk. If this is designed to slow the bleeding, there is a point where the hemorrhage has happened to a degree where they don't care about what you just said. Do you understand? Like, do you understand my meaning? Like, they're trying to slow the bleeding. They knew for a fact, after all the news this year, the 25th anniversary of Xbox, you couldn't walk out with a showcase and be like, PlayStation. And everybody been like, why am I even on Xbox again? Like, they knew that would have been a death knell to any loyalty whatsoever. It'd have been like, what is the point of being on this platform? But now they get to walk out and say, well, Gears is a console exclusive. And Clockwork's a console exclusive. And Matt Booty says it's going to be case by case. And what's he say? We want to give you a reason to buy an Xbox. He's also saying there, by saying that, like, we want to give you a reason to stay on Xbox. We don't want you to leave. And if this is designed to slow that bleeding, I think eventually people will continue to leave. They'll move to PC. they'll move to PlayStation. A $10 super chat from Sneaky Wolf. They just recently said that they wanted Windows to be the lead gaming platform, and also all this stuff is cool, but the inconsistency just kills me. Like, what is the identity? You just jumped ahead, Sneaky Wolf, so I might as well go there. The Helix is the beginning of getting people to migrate off of Xbox and into Windows. And you're like, well, what's the difference? A pretty big one. Because if they get their user base to migrate to PC, now all they have to do is make PC games for you. There is no Xbox games. There are no Xbox dev kits. It's a PC. They said at the GDC they're going to help developers do what? Build for PC first. Why? Because that's their future. So when that happens, and they've migrated a portion of their user base to PC, and they've got like this fledgling group of people still on like Series X and S, at that point, they don't give a frick if your loyalty goes away, because by then, it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, it's such a small group. Who cares? We're getting out of this. We're getting out of this environment. We're just making the road out less bumpy. We don't want to lose people hand over fist. So sure, in 3 or 4 years, if Gears of War E-Day shows up on PlayStation, it ain't gonna matter because a lot of people have already moved. They've either moved to Helix, PC, or PlayStation by that point in time. Don't get this twisted up. Helix is going to drive people to PlayStation. It's going to be too expensive. The Helix is going to either drive people to PlayStation or it's just going to drive people to PC. Kirk says, so what you're saying is they're buying time. They don't care about later if they reverse course on Gears. That's exactly what I'm saying, because I feel like the blowback of eventually multi-platforming it wouldn't be worth it at that point. They did it with Starfield. Aaron Greenberg literally said that Starfield wasn't a timed exclusive. Starfield is sitting on PlayStation right now. This is all ancient history after just a few years. It doesn't take long. Everybody forgets. Everybody forgets. Did anybody burn the building down, metaphorically? Did anybody burn the building down, metaphorically, or burn their Xbox, or tear up their Xbox loyalist card when Starfield went to PlayStation after Aaron Greenberg said it wasn't a timed exclusive? No. And Gears doesn't have that level of potency. Like, in 2 or 3 years, no one's going to be like, oh, I can't believe it. They went back on their word. Like, Asha's treading narrow waters. I'm telling you, this is not a change. They're not going back. They're not throwing it in reverse. They're not going to suddenly have like, and there's, listen, it's always about how they phrase things. If you listen to how they talk about this, they're being extremely careful. They're like, case by case. We want to make the smart decision, not a quick decision. She's buying them time. She's buying them time. Listen how she talks about this. Senua State of K3, Spyro, ETC. They were never announced for PlayStation, and yet there they are day one, immediately contradicting Matt Booty's rhetoric about PlayStation, about Xbox exclusivity. Gears is also much more intrinsically tied to Xbox, though, as a brand. I agree with you for talking about Clockwork. Kirk, does it really matter if Halo's on Xbox? Is Halo's on PlayStation? Halo is more intrinsically woven to the brand. And there it sits with the PlayStation 5 logo on it. They just released a PlayStation cinematic trailer today that says captured on a PS5 Pro. Game Right says Aaron Greenberg's a massive fanboy, which is dangerous for someone so high up. I mean, I like somebody to be enthused about the company they work for. That doesn't necessarily bother me, but, you know, I can see why you might think that. They probably did the market research and realized that Gears of War would bomb on PlayStation, so you might as well milk the goodwill. I don't know if it would have bombed on PlayStation. I think they miscalculated based on Gears of War Reloaded sales, and I think that's a mistake. I think Gears of War Reloaded sales on the PlayStation are not indicative of how well Gears of War E-Day could have done on PlayStation. I think it's a mistake, personally. From a business perspective, I think it's a mistake because Gears of War has multiplayer, and they have, like, not just PvP, but they have, like, this escalation horde thing that they're launching that looks really cool, and they will likely have ongoing content. It's a perfect game for battle passes and skins and updates to multiplayer and updates to this horde mode. So like it's a multiplayer ongoing game and you're limiting it to Xbox and PC. Like, goodness gracious, even Helldivers went to Xbox. You know what I mean? I think Marvel Tokyo Fighting Souls will eventually come to Xbox. Why? It's an ongoing game. It's a game where you want a thriving player base. I think it definitely matters that Halo's on PlayStation. I can't believe they made Gears exclusive and didn't break their Halo contracts. It seems like they are trying to straddle two different timelines. If E-Day is a banger and gets good sales, it'll go to PlayStation later. If it falls flat and it got them the goodwill, it's a win-win. I feel like that cuts both ways, doesn't it, Zubair? Like, if it doesn't make enough money, the port is literally sitting there on a hard drive, according to Jeff Grubb. If it doesn't sell all that well on Xbox, I could just see an executive being like, frick 'em. We don't care what we said and what we committed to. Send it over there. It's ready to go. Happy Monday, everyone. Thank you, Valentine, for the $10 super chat. That's very kind of you. Like, according to Jeff Grubb, the port exists. The port is sitting on a drive. Like, I can't imagine an executive in like a year or two being like, why aren't we selling that over there exactly? I mean, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I mean, they could pull some real shenanigans and in like a year or two have Gears of War and then call it something else. Instead of calling it Gears of War E-Day, they like package Gears of War E-Day with something else and they call it, Gears of War the early years or Gears of War definitive something. And they're like, and then they sell that on PlayStation. They're like, well, this is different. Gears of War E-Day wasn't a timed exclusive. You see, this is different. We've changed the name slightly, and we've packaged all like the DLC and some other extras. So this is a different game, I don't know, dude. Like it. It's like if the port is sitting there ready to go. It's bizarre to me to think that executives would be like, that's fine. We don't need to sell that. I don't know. That feels like that game's on borrowed time as an exclusive. It just seems insane to me. The reason I'm saying this is because I know Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't care. They're like, we want money. We don't care what we said on Twitter. Just do it. Oh, no. Ooh, what are they going to do? Oh, we're not going to buy your games anymore. Yeah, you're on Game Pass. What the frick do we care? That's how a Microsoft executive is going to see it, I think. When the reality of limited sales rears its head, case by case will fall by the wayside, said Silent Spartan. So long as Game Pass exists and consoles are widely expensive, this is all the Xbox can hope for. It's not Senua, it's Hellblade 3 now. Well, Senua's a multiplat. Yeah. 100% timed if it's already made. I am a little bit shocked that they came out and strongly say that it's not a timed exclusive. I thought they were just going to like dodge that question and be like, it's a console exclusive. We want to give you a reason to buy an Xbox. And if somebody's like, is it a timed exclusive? They would say, we haven't really made a decision about that. That's all they had to say. I am actually kind of shocked that they so definitively said it's not a timed exclusive. I expected them to be like, we haven't made a determination about that yet. This is a bit of an experiment or something. I don't know. Did they say anything like Gears of War will launch exclusively on Xbox? Because it's pretty easy to get around. They have explicitly stated it's not a timed exclusive. So I just don't know. I am shocked that they spoke to timed exclusivity so definitively because I think the fans would have still celebrated a console exclusive. That still would have been driving the headlines if they like dodged the question on timed exclusivity being like, we haven't really made a determination about that. We just wanted to we want to give you a reason to buy an Xbox, and we feel that Gears of War as a console exclusive and Clockwork Revolution, we feel that does that. You know? They have something going. My timeline is nothing but why isn't E-Day going to Sony? Oh yeah, they are. I told people before that showcase, I said they're the masters. They are the absolute masters at getting like the public dialogue to go where they want. They are the absolute masters. They are the puppet masters. Like, they get the public dialogue to go exactly where they want. I mean, it's just true. Well, I hope this Hellblade hits for you, unlike the last. The way they're talking about Senua, because it's not called Hellblade, it's called Senua. The way they're talking about it, it's an action game. And there was a particular quote that I think Paul or somebody at Gandalf or somebody found the quote. It might have been Lone Wolf. There's a quote on the Senua website. I clearly think they listened to the feedback on Hellblade 2. I trust Ninja Theory. I do. I think they went so full on mocap in Hellblade 2. I think they listened to feedback and they were like, yeah, that was a bit of a downgrade. It was an amazing technical showcase, but it didn't feel good to play. It just didn't. It didn't feel good to play. Like, the combat was like a glorified QuickTime event. You were hitting buttons to like trigger pre-recorded mocap sequences instead of actually engaging in like a block, parry, swing, dodge, this, that. Like, it didn't feel fluid with respect to player volition. Like, if you literally gave somebody two systems just side by side and you had them play a combat sequence in Hellblade 1 and a combat sequence in Hellblade 2, if you had the graphics tuned to look identical, they would probably assume that Hellblade 1 is the newer game because it just feels better to play. They'd be like, that just felt better. Maybe they wouldn't determine that one is newer or older, but if you asked them which game felt better in the combat, everybody would pick Hellblade 1. They would. It just feels better. There's a moment-to-moment volition that the player has. From the dodges, the blocks, the parries, multiple targets. Like, 18 times a fight in Hellblade 2, you're getting, like, grabbed and thrown to the ground by someone, and it's just scripted. So you're just sitting there watching. You're like, okay. Oh, now I'm back up. Okay, now I'm in the fight. Oh, I successfully blocked. Great. Okay, now I get to watch her do the block and shove the person off. Okay, I'm back in control again. People talk about movie games when it comes to PlayStation games. The combat in Horizon or God of War or Spider-Man or Tsushima or Yote, it never feels like that. The QuickTime events are clear and sporadic in like a Spider-Man. But once you're in combat, you're not constantly getting interrupted with like, ooh, I pressed the right button. Now it's time to watch Spider-Man do something. Now you have big combo finishers. You have big combo finishers in Spider-Man where it shows you like slow-mo, grab the guy and slam him to the ground. Not that different than like killing the final guy in Arkham, the Arkham games where it goes slow-mo. Even Lego Batman does the final guy slow-mo thing. But like Hellblade 2, it was just constantly interrupting you to like show off mocap. Like, whether it's a block or a swing or an execution or somebody grabbed her, it was like, I didn't feel like I was in control of anything. I felt like I was just pressing buttons at the right time and then watching everything else take place. It didn't feel like I was active in the combat. Hellblade 2 was a tech demo and no one can change my mind. Again, I think Senua is Ninja Theory's answer to how I think they took that Hellblade 2 was a misstep. Everything they're answering in the interview that Paul just put in the Discord is about it's becoming an action game. And I think it's because they realize, like, the combat's really good in the first game. It is. And then it regresses in the second game. It's like, what is this? Why did you guys do this? Because they got super caught up in the tech. They were all about that mocap. I don't know if people realize it. Like, every single thing you do in Hellblade 2 in a fight, it's all been mocapped. That's why they have to interrupt you. It has to call the animation and play it out. It's not like when you press swing, block, or dodge in a game and the literal character is doing the thing that you're hitting as you're doing it. This was different. This was like, oh, you triggered the perfect hit for the block. So she's going to go like this. They're going to come in close, and then she's going to shove them off. And you're not doing any of that. You're just watching it happen. It's completely different. Instead of having like moment-to-moment actions that you're doing, it's like, you correctly timed this, watch this sequence. You correctly timed this, watch this sequence. And you feel so I felt so untethered. I was like, this is bad. So I'm very excited that Senua it's again, I feel like it's their answer to how they faltered in Hellblade 2. I really do think so. It's like, yeah, we kind of went the wrong direction there. And Senua is going to have action sequences, fighting sequences, puzzles, secrets, story, like, yeah. And they say that it's twice as big as Hellblade 2. So, I'm excited. I'm very, very excited to have another piece of content from them that's focused on what I thought was so good in the first game. A $5 super chat from Jaconic Frost says, an Xbox employee that I talked to at my job said that Blade is in really bad development hell right now. Well, it sounds like Jeff Grubb said that, what he said about, it might be dead or whatever, that got misrepresented. And so he is saying that there are reasons we're not seeing it, but that the game is still in development. So they could have hit snags or a reboot or something. They could have. Guys, do me a quick favor. If you're watching on YouTube, we're really close to 300 likes. Try to get us there. I appreciate it so much. A real strong turnout here on a Monday. I keep seeing reports that Blade's already being scrapped. That's a misrepresentation of what Jeff Grubb said. Jeff Grubb was not saying it had been scrapped. It was just an off-the-cuff sort of like, oh, man, yeah, we haven't heard anything. It might be dead. He came out and said, hey, he's checked on this, and he says it sounds like there's reasons we haven't seen it, but those reasons are not because there are problems with the game. So he's even saying there's no problems. There are just reasons we haven't seen it yet. It could be a contractual thing. It could be a timing thing. Maybe they thought, it's very possible that they thought, right now, walking out a Marvel game with the PlayStation logo would have really hurt this push they're trying right now to win back goodwill. They might have just pulled Blade and been like, don't show it. Maybe they're renegotiating. I don't know. Maybe they're negotiating because they want a Marvel piece of property to be a console exclusive, and that's probably going to be a tough thing to sell. It could be linked to the new movie also. That's also possible. If Disney's in the room and wants timing with marketing to shift and change according to whatever the heck they're doing with the movie. There's only ever been one Blade. There'll only ever be one Blade. I mean, when Wesley Snipes speaks truth to power, you might want to listen to him. I sure hope it has nothing to do with the movie. I mean, you know how it goes the minute like Marvel and Disney are in the room. There's a lot of moving parts that they're going to have a say in. There's a lot of things that are going to shift and move because of Disney. I'm going to shut the laptop down and put it in the carry-on case. Cross your fingers. All right, Derek. Use Facebook to let us know where you are and that you're good. All right, let us know. Disney and Microsoft don't really mix together. 8-bit dad coming in with 39 months and a member plus. Thank you so much. We're inching close to that first milestone of the day of 50, where I owe you guys a member. Thank you so much. Every 25 I gift one, so make sure you're checking your primes and your renewals. Hey, if you guys have never done a membership before on YouTube, we are really close to that goal. We want to get to 600 paying members. We're at 550. So a bunch of people have jumped in. Consider jumping in right now. You can type !join in the chat or click join, It's $5, and the whole month you get into all the extras. You get the badge, the emotes, and you get into the Discord. Same goes for subs on Purple. Microsoft might have chose to do Blade so they could piggyback the new movie. It could be any number of things. And a 5-bomb comes in from Broken Earth and secures the first milestone for YouTube. People forget why they started doing multiplat to begin with. Their market saturation was so low that they couldn't sell copies. Also, something no one is talking about is expect Game Pass to go back up now. I don't think Game Pass will go up again anytime soon. They just did a $3 bump. I mean, the lowering it from the, they price anchored, right? They did a 50% price increase. They did a 50% price increase, and then they dropped it, and it was still an inflationary increase. You know what I mean? It was still an inflationary increase, so I don't think they're going to do another increase anytime soon. I mean, I could be wrong, but... Was Gears the only exclusive in the showcase? No, Clockwork Revolution will also be a console exclusive next year. Yeah. So 2 of the games I was really looking forward to were console exclusives. Gears and Clockwork were on the top of my list. And so I'm going to be booting up my Series X to play some Gears. I have no problem doing that. I may play it on PC day one just to show off graphics to you guys, and then compare it to the Series X. That could be fun. Like, how much of a flex is it going to be for the Series X? Like, because the lighting looks really, really nice, but it also looks like, I don't know, does it say in the demo? Hang on. Does it say what it was captured on? I think it just says in-game footage. Yeah, we don't know what this is running on in the trailer, do we? Did they speak to this in an interview anywhere? The Gears of War E-Day demo trailer could 100% be on a PC. I mean, it looks really, really good. And it doesn't specify. Opening of the trailer just says in-game footage. Do you think they're going to sell well? Why would they not give those 2 games more oxygen? Well, the interesting thing about Gears of War, okay, this is what's interesting, is that it was like an 11th hour decision. It was like a late decision. Now, they had already filmed that sequence with Asha. They had already filmed it. So, I don't think they, suddenly refilmed that scene. This is my guess. I'm just going to guess they filmed 2 different versions of that announcement. And then she fought and said, listen, we got to win back some goodwill. We need to bring back console exclusives. So I think they had 2 different versions of that showcase. They had one where she gets the go-ahead to yank Gears and say, no, it's not coming to PlayStation. So she opens the show with a console exclusive, and then they kind of end with a console exclusive with Clockwork Revolution. Because according to Grubb and others, the retailers didn't even know. The decision was made the day before the showcase happened. That's like a real late game pull, and it's probably because she was getting pushback. I think Satya was probably fighting her on it. I think Satya was fighting Phil Spencer on putting Call of Duty on Game Pass. And I think Satya was probably like, Asha, I didn't bring you in here to do this. I didn't bring you in here to do this. No. And she probably continued to push and say, listen, we have got to do something right now to turn around that goodwill. And this is how you do it. And she probably had somebody crunch the sales numbers of Gears of War Reloaded, and she probably made a case at most we're going to lose this much money. It's not a Call of Duty. It's not, a giant globally renowned franchise that's going to sell tens of millions of copies. She probably argued the money and said it's worth this monetary loss to get back some goodwill and to keep people from leaving. Honestly, the number of people leaving and then not spending money in the ecosystem is likely worse than whatever they're losing by not selling Gears of War E-Day to PlayStation. Does that make sense? If this showcase lands and it's nothing but multiplats and nothing but mainline games going to PlayStation, I'm telling you, that would have expedited Exodus. People would have been like, there is literally no reason to stay here anymore. It's a smart play, says Dark Taco. If you're going to do it, I think these are the titles that make the most sense because I think they can take that loss on the chin. Lono out here doing fan fiction. I'm not doing fan fiction. Most of what I just said has been reported and claimed by Grubb himself, that the game exists, it's on a hard drive, and this was a very late game decision. I'm just theorizing that it's more about keeping people from leaving than it is about winning people over to the brand. Like, I really think that that's the goal. It's like, well, we'll lose money by not selling Gears on PlayStation because we've got to stop people from leaving. We're losing people. And if you walk out with the showcase that's an hour long and every title is going to PlayStation, you might as well just tell people to go to PlayStation. Think about it. Change that showcase. Change it. And they kick off with Gears of War and it's coming to PlayStation. And then they end with Clockwork and it's coming to PlayStation. There's nothing in the showcase to motivate you to stay with Xbox. There's nothing other than Game Pass, but you can get Game Pass on PC. And even then, you're potentially, if you're on PC, just using Steam and not even doing Game Pass. Lona, what do you think about this quote regarding getting pushback from Satya? She says, my mandate is not 30% accountability margins. It's not enterprise software margins. It's to be the number one gaming and entertainment company, and what we're going, and that's what we're going to do. I think the same could be said of PlayStation. You have to expound on what you mean, Lennon. Again, the way for them to make themselves the biggest gaming enterprise, the biggest gaming and entertainment company, is not by selling games just on Xbox. Yo, what's good, Trekkie? If they didn't have Wolverine and Lao Fei, there are exclusives. There was nothing state-of-play exclusives to convince you to stay on PlayStation. Yeah. Uh-huh. Do you want to know what the difference is, Lennon? PlayStation didn't walk out like six PlayStation Studios games that are going to Xbox. That's what Xbox did in that showcase. It wasn't just a bunch of third party that you can get everywhere. Much of PlayStation Showcase was third party. That's common. They commonly do that. Why? They make a ton of money on third party and they're the console leader right now. Right? Switch will run them down. But even Switch is struggling in that department. A lot of third-party games are going to Switch late, like 007 First Light. And then like Elden Ring got delayed, I think, and then we haven't seen or heard anything about Dustbloods. We might see that stuff tomorrow at the Nintendo Direct. But PlayStation didn't walk out and throw up the PlayStation Studios logo like 5 and 6 times and show you first-party PlayStation Studio property going to Xbox. Xbox did that. They walked out with multiple first-party studio games that are going to PlayStation. Brand new announcements like Senua going to PlayStation. So again, it's not about having a showcase with a bunch of third-party and no exclusives. It's about, these are literally your games. They're your games. They're Xbox games. And if you watch every single one of them, the other thing you have to consider, Lennon, is we're talking about Gears of War. Having both a Gears of War and a Halo in the same showcase going to PlayStation would have been like, well, it's over, boys. That would have been like tuning into the PlayStation State of Play and both Wolverine and God of War going to Xbox. It would have been like, what the huh? That would have been insane. That would have taken over the entire news cycle for 72 hours. It would have been the craziest thing ever to see tentpole titles synonymous with the brand going over to the other console. Does Lono have any interest in Guild Wars or the Gothic remake? No. I mean, to be fair, Microsoft purchased a lot of multi-plat devs, so a lot of their games still being multi-plat tracks. Right, but what you're saying is what so many of us tried to say during the ABK trial. So many of us tried to say, you're buying third-party Leviathan pieces of property. You're not going to buy a Leviathan that's everywhere and shrink its reach. That's why Call of Duty was never going to be an exclusive. It'd have been insane financially to do that, right? So Xbox goes out and buys an ocean of third party and essentially becomes third party. Just through that transaction, they became a third party publisher. It was like, you just bought a literal ocean of third party games. You're not going to limit these games to just the Xbox. That would be insane. It would be insane. So by nature of their own acquisition, they have become a third-party publisher. So if one or two games over the course of a couple of years are quote-unquote console exclusive, I don't think they're putting the genie back in the bottle, and I don't think they're going in reverse on their strategy or plan. They have spent far too much money in order to do that. They set this in motion with $70 billion. And lest we forget, all y'all out here that aren't loyal and you're having to go at Phil Spencer told ZeniMax that all current and future property and projects were going to be exclusive to Xbox. And the CFO was shocked and said, wow, because they told the European regulators it was going to be case by case. And then Phil goes in and says, no, everything going forward is exclusive. Why? That's what Phil was trying to do. Phil was trying to get things back to the core of Game Pass exclusives, get an Xbox. Game Pass exclusives, buy an Xbox. And they buy ABK and everything changes. The entire calculus of the gaming division changes when they buy ABK. They literally can't per the FTC merger? No. The FTC cannot enforce anything. If they would have said, we're never going to make anything exclusive, they can turn around and do it. The FTC can't do anything about that. I mean, to be fair, hang on. That might be what Asha's trying to do now. Maybe if they spin off ABK, they can do it. Here's why I don't think that's what Asha's trying to do. She's not abandoning the verbiage. She's still talking about how gaming is bigger than one platform, and their goal is to put games in more places. Their goal is to have games available everywhere gamers are. She's still using all that verbiage. That's why it kills me that people are like Tom Warren from The Verge had the nerve to say that the Xbox Everywhere strategy was Sarah Bond's strategy. That is factually incorrect. There are literal articles that predates her getting the position where they refer to Xbox Everywhere and Phil Spencer's strategy of like Xbox Everywhere. That was set in motion well before she had that job. And Asha Sharma is still using the verbiage. She's still speaking in those ways because that plan has not changed. She's not going back on that. She's still saying the same stuff. If she walked out and said, we got the fundamentals of having a console and a platform wrong, and we are changing course. We are no longer going to be putting our first-party Xbox Studios games on PlayStation or Nintendo. That would be an anvil. It would just drop into the market like, oh my gosh, because you'd have shareholders to explain it to. You'd have an entire market in disarray of like, oh my gosh, we thought I abandoned my Xbox. I sold my Xbox, blah, blah, blah. That's not what she's doing. They're being very coy and very vague and very like, it'll be case by case. But then you listen to the bulk of the interview she had with Bloomberg, or you read any of the other interviews that they're doing, they are still all in on the strategy of like, games need to be in more places. They're not backing off from that verbiage or that dialogue. And if you think the Helix is going to grow to a sizable enough platform to sustain any of this, you're dreaming. They are going to need PlayStation and Nintendo and Steam to survive. The gaming division of Xbox, the publishing edifice of Xbox, cannot survive without PlayStation, Nintendo, and Steam. They can't do it. They cannot wall the garden off. It isn't possible. They will lose an insane amount of money. There is no future for their publishing edifice without Steam and PlayStation, at the very least. They might be able to get away with not putting a lot of these games on Nintendo because it would just take too long, and the Switch 2 is becoming a bit of a bear for developers. But I'm here to tell you, you do not have a publishing edifice of this size and cost and not putting games on Steam and PlayStation. It isn't possible. It isn't. So if you really read this for what it is, they're not doing console exclusives because they're throwing it in reverse. They're doing console exclusives to keep people from leaving because the exodus is measurable. It's measurable. Losing Phil, I got to tell y'all, that was a blow to the brand. That was a blow to the brand. Asha is a calculated choice. They want people excited about the brand. And so they picked someone younger and prettier, and she's sharp. She's sharp in these interviews. She's really, really intelligent. I'm telling you, this is all calculated to help the brands not continue to lose people. I do think Halo and Gears will only be on Xbox going forward, full stop. Asha wants those tentpole brands only on Xbox. I think they wanted Halo 1 back. They want Halo 1 back, but they can't rationalize, and it creates a pipeline to Xbox. They were strong on the messaging, too, never coming to PlayStation. I think the only person who said never coming to PlayStation was Jeff Keighley. I think they've said they're not timed exclusives. I don't take anything they say to the bank. They say whatever is needed to be said in the moment, and they'll go back on it. They will. They will 100% go back on it. Aaron Greenberg said that Starfield wasn't a timed exclusive, and we all know how that turned out. She's so bad, I need her. Homie, listen, everybody here right now, like she's out of all of our leagues, right? She's not in anybody's league that's here. You know what I mean? You're hanging out in a YouTube chat on a Monday talking about gaming, okay? Asha's out of your league, brother. Oh my gosh. I mean, I love all y'all for being here, but come on now. You got to see where you are in life. Speak for yourself. I'm awesome. Mm-hmm. Out of whose league? She's a high-ranking executive in the Microsoft edifice, and she's pretty. Just boys, just pack it up. Just pack it up, boys. You know what I'm saying? Was she gonna buy her own diamond ring when it's time for you to propose? Somebody in her bracket, dude, she's gonna want that ring to be as heavy as a bowling ball, dude. Like, come on now. I'm still Team Xbox, says Solemn. I want them to be the ones doing very well, and I'm going to give them props when they make steps towards that or do things that benefit me or that I like. These are certainly W's for you Xbox loyalists. I've just been doing analysis of the business itself, right? Maybe she wants to be a mommy. She already is, bro. What are you talking about? She's the mommy of the whole brand. You know what I mean? She got a whole fan base that she's the mommy of. You know what I mean? But seriously, I'm just doing analysis of the business. Like, I'm certain, okay, I'm certain that people will be attempting to spin what I'm doing as like, oh, he can't even be positive about Xbox. He's being negative. I'm not being negative at all. I called the showcase a banger. I said it's 10 out of 10. I think it was the best showcase of the week. I think it edged out Keighley and State of Play, and it got a perfect score from me. I'm doing analysis of the business. I'm just like, I really, really think people should just look at this with full eyes open. Be happy, right? Thank you for upgrading to Member Plus, Quentin. I appreciate that. That counts as a double. Boom, boom. 54 on the week. I'm just telling you guys, keep your eyes wide open on this one. This is the company that told you just 4 games. This is the company that made all those assurances. None of these changes would happen, and then they happened anyway. Do not let this lull you into this sleepy state of like, oh, we're back and they're going to be doing exclusives again. Celebrate it. It's a W for you. You guys got some good exclusives coming with Gears and Clockwork, but I really don't want anybody getting, duped into thinking like, oh, they're slamming it in reverse and they're going to completely go back on all their choices and their changes. The showcase itself signaled that. There were brand new games from Xbox Studios that are multi-plat. They hadn't been announced yet. They don't even have ship dates. And they were announced as multiplats. So, wasn't Mark Cerny at the Xbox Showcase to be a reasonable amount of questions? I don't understand what you're saying. It's just 4 games part 2. I don't understand the play Microsoft see my last. They're getting out of hardware. This makes no sense to me. Oh, if they're moving to PC and they need people off hardware, how can the issue be that they're leaving too quickly? It doesn't make sense in my mind. Because they don't want you to go to PlayStation, Hilly. They don't want you to go to PlayStation. They're buying time so that you either go to Helix or go to a PC and you continue to interact with their storefront. Why do you think back compat is such a big focus going forward for them? Because they want you to be able to get back compat on a PC. That's where they want you. They'll still make money off of you, and guess what? They don't have to make hardware for you anymore. And you're in their ecosystem, and you're using their storefront, and you're using Game Pass, and you're using back compat. They got you. They're buying time to that for that particular moment in time where people can start to get offloaded into PC land. Think about what Asha's been saying. Think about what Sarah Bond said. They want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform. The goal is to get you into a Windows machine of some type, Helix or otherwise, where your library is there back compat and you're engaging with that landscape and that ecosystem and that storefront. And this buys them time. Xbox loyalists are going to stay put because Gears is a console exclusive. Clockwork Revolution is a console exclusive. They do 1 or 2 of these a year for the next 4 or 5 years, and those loyalists stay put, and then it's a lot easier to get you to transition to Helix or a PC where all your stuff is there, and then you continue to engage with them and buy stuff from them. If they didn't do this, then a bunch of people are just going to jump ship and go to PlayStation. PlayStation is potent in the market. I think a lot of people forget that. Look at the trailers. Look at the viewership. Look how the State of Play did. Look at the Wolverine trailer. Look at the God of War trailer. They are potent in the market. And after a showcase like they had, millions of views for their games, you cannot walk out and tell your shrinking fan base, yeah, everything we're making is going to PlayStation. Oh, so I can play Wolverine and I can play Gears on PlayStation. I'm piecing the frick out, dude. I'm out of here. Right? That's what a lot of people would have done. They can't stop that. Sony have a console. Most people buy console because of the price point. These people can move. These people can't move. They can only go sideways. Right? But they make a lot of money off you guys that are still loyal to the brand. There's 30 to 35 million Xbox Series consoles in circulation. That's a lot of dadgum people, brother. Getting those people to migrate to PC and getting those people to continue to engage with the Xbox ecosystem via getting those people to do that via the Game Pass or back compat or the Xbox Store, I think that's incredibly important to them and their goals. I think that's incredibly important to them and their goals. Like, that's a great jump start. You know, you get 5 or 10 million people to buy a Helix. You get 5 or 10 million people to just migrate to a pre-built PC and engage with the back compat that they're building for PC and the storefront that they're fixing for PC and the Windows that's going to get stripped down and the Xbox mode. That's all coming to PC, brother. So, like, that could be on a handheld. That could be on a pre-built. That could be on the Helix. That's millions of people that they're keeping in a holding pattern so that when they pull that trigger, there's more of you that are more likely to, you know, to migrate over to Windows for your gaming experiences. I feel like at a certain age as a man, you can't really divorce attraction from strategy. I am unattracted to many hot women due to strategy and self-preservation, for instance. Due to strategy and self-preservation? Are you worried they're going to kill you, Kirk? They're not dangerous. They're nice. You know? And they usually have like soft skin, you know what I mean? And they usually smell good, brother. They're not going to kill you. Ladies are nice. What do you mean? I'm married to one. She's great. Well, I mean, Madam, I've talked about this before. Madam could kill me if she wanted to. No one would know. No one would know. They'd be like, yay, he worked himself too hard. He just had a heart attack, you know. I get all my food from her. You know what I mean? She's like, here you go. Here's a sandwich. And I'm like, thanks, babe. This is kind of random, you know. And I'm like, huh. I mean, maybe you are right to be scared. I don't know. My wife could kill me anytime she wants, so. They are quite dangerous. They are. They're a dangerous species now that we really think about it. Maybe you're right to be scared, Kirk. I don't know. Helix or a normal PC is a decision people are going to make, and the PC can do more things than just play games. Why am I buying a Helix next gen when I get a PC which can do more? You're assuming the PC can do more. Why can't the Helix do all the things your PC can do? Blink twice if you're in danger? That's my secret, Hex. I'm always in danger. You know what I mean? I've been married to the same woman for 19 years. That means you're in danger all of the time. What do you mean? You know what I'm saying? Y'all that have put some time in with your significant others, she ever just look at you because of how you're breathing or eating? You're always in danger, dude. She's like always right there on that knife's edge, like, I'll kill this motherfucker. I will kill this man. You're always in danger. My dude, if anyone knows about women being dangerous, it would be you. That's right. It's true. It's definitely true. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like the Helix is just a Halo product to keep the people still on the Series X or Xbox One feeling proud of their brand. It's going to sell 7 units. I mean, I think the biggest hurdle for the Helix is going to be the price point. Yes, of course. It's going to be tough. It's going to be expensive. The market is slowly pricing some people out of gaming. It is. I can run TurboTax on the Helix. Can I run a media server with my pirated movies off of the Helix? Can I make a PowerPoint presentation on the Helix? I don't think so. What are you talking about? You know nothing about the Helix. If Helix has got Windows on it, why are you assuming all those things? And why are you still using TurboTax? My man said TurboTax, dude. You know? He's like, will I be able to run Winamp on the Helix? The frick? No, but in all seriousness, we don't know. If the Helix has got Windows on it, why are you assuming you couldn't run all those things? Like, I'm being serious with you. I'm curious as to why you think that. Berto says, I'm married to a Puerto Rican woman. God be with you. So don't even get me started on being on the edge. No, yeah, dude. Listen, it probably keeps you young, though, man. Every day, it could be your last. You know it. You know what I mean? She starts taking her earrings off, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is it. Hopefully you have your last will and testament in order, dude. You know what I'm saying? I almost bought a Series X yesterday from somebody for $220 just to play the Halo and the Gears games. I don't know if I should. My wife was like, you need a whole bedroom for your consoles. I'm tempted to try to find a used Series X just so Madam and I can play Gears on 2 different televisions. Like, I don't know how much a used Series X goes for. I definitely don't want to be playing some split screen. You know what I mean? Dark Taco says, on God. That's what I'm saying, dude. If the earrings come off, you know, it could be it. You know? And we'll all remember you, you know? And then your best friend will comfort her. Winamp. Yeah, dude. You remember Winamp? I had a lot of good skins for Winamp, dude. Winamp was the jam. Helix is for the same people that the C Machine is for. It's for us plebs who know consoles are superior but wants to play some PC games. I mean, I love you, bro. Also, what's for lunch on Din Din? I have no idea what's for dinner. I don't eat lunch anymore. I pretty much skip it every day. The Helix are the same people the Steam Machine is for. It's for us plebs who know consoles are superior but want to play some PC games. I mean, I don't think there's a platform that's superior. The platform that is the best for you is the one that's the best for you. There is no superior platform. You know what I mean? A lot of the guys that'll come in here and tell me that that PC is objectively superior, I have a better PC than them, and it's like, no, it, you know what I mean? It's not like that. It's really comes down to it really does. It really comes down to like what is best for you. It's subjective to the individual user. And listen, game wherever you want. Game wherever you want and have a dadgum blast. You know what I mean? That's all that counts to me, you know? If you're having fun and you're gaming, you know, and you're celebrating games rather than tearing games down, then you're on my team. You know, if you're tearing games and other people down and you're using games as a platform to hurt, harm, ridicule, and attack others, we're not on the same team. You know what I mean? If you have a Series S and you love it and you're excited about all these games coming out and you're not in these spaces being a toxic jerk, then we're all on the same team, bro. We're on team game. Like, we're going to game. I'm not even saying gamer. I'm saying you're on the team that's all about the games. Like, that's the team I want to be on. I don't freaking care where I have to go to play them. I bought a Switch 2 knowing full well I would use it for Nintendo games. I bought a Series X knowing full well I would use it for Xbox exclusives. So, I'm all about that, dude. Give me exclusives, bro. Give me a reason to turn my dadgum Series X on. A used pre-owned Series X in the U.S. typically sells for $350 to $450, depending on the condition. Man, I wish I would have gone to that Xbox Fan Fest. You know what I mean? I'd be holding an Xbox 25-year anniversary right now. That controller is hot, though. That controller, I want to look at it. Xbox 25-year controller. This controller. It's those buttons, dude. Those buttons take me back. They absolutely take me back. Like, that is... Where's my 360 controller? Where is it? Over here, I think. I got it. Like, look at them buttons, dude. Like, look at that. They captured it perfectly. Like this right here. This is the Nokia phone of controllers. To this day, the triggers feel good. It feels perfect in my hand. The thumbsticks. Do you hear them? They still click really good. This is such a good control. It's such a good controller. I love those buttons. It takes me back. I put so much time on the 360 with this thing. I love seeing that. I love seeing those classic buttons. It takes me back. It really does. That's a good time. I also love the old school Xbox logo on the back. That's very cool. I didn't see that. Look at that. You can throw that controller over and over and it still works. Ask me how I know. Oh, yeah. That's why I said it's the Nokia phone of controllers. This thing's like indestructible. And I never felt like I ever got stick drift on them. Matt did say yesterday that they would still bring big multiplayer games and online games and live service games to platforms beyond Xbox. That doesn't make sense why they're not doing that with Gears. Excuse me. Gears of War E-Day is going to have multiplayer and ongoing content. I don't know. What does the console look like? I mean, I'm telling you, it's hot, bro. It's hot. The console is, and the console and the controller are. Where is it? How do I look at it? That's weird. How do I? Oh, it's right here. Oh, coming soon. There you go. There's some good shots of it. Yeah, it's nice. It is. The controller got my attention more than the console, you know, because I just think the controller, again, it's nostalgic for me. It's nostalgic. Like, this controller literally represents the time that brought me back to console gaming with the 360 and Gears of War. That's why yesterday was really fun for me. Like, I really liked the showcase. I did. I was having fun. I was genuinely excited. It takes me back. I will never forget trying to run Gears of War on my PC back then, and I couldn't get it to work. And I bought an Xbox 360. I believe it was bundled with World at War. And I'll never forget playing Gears of War on my big screen and thinking, this is insane. Like, blood all over the screen. It was nuts. It was nuts. It was such a good time. Yeah, Ninja Theory did have another project called Project Mara. It was like a horror-based title. That's been scrapped. I'm okay with it because we're getting Senua, so. Of all the controllers I've owned, this is my favorite. Yeah, that Sea of Thieves one is pretty nice. Would you consider Gears of War live service? I don't know. Gears of War is a perfect game for live service. It's a perfect game for battle passes, updates to multiplayer, updates to that escalating horde mode they talked about. I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying it seems like the perfect game to have ongoing content with. I'm not saying it's live service. I'm just looking at it and thinking, this seems like a game that you would do live service with. I don't know. I'm not trying to shoehorn it into live service, but I don't know, man. A battle pass with skins for the characters and skins for the guns, and updates to that multiplayer and updates to that horde mode. It could go pretty hard, boys, and they could make a lot of money. But you limited the game's reach significantly, you know? So we'll see. I'm not sure if they have those types of plans for it. And I mean, the 900 IQ play would be to release just the multiplayer version of Gears of War on PlayStation for like a lower amount. Like for $40 you could buy Gears of War E-Day multiplayer and Horde, no campaign. If they really want ongoing, that would be a pretty smart play, honestly. Almost like a Helldivers, like a $40 release. Gears of War E-Day, multiplayer. Call it, I don't know. Come up with a fancy name for it and just sell that on PlayStation. And they could say, listen, it's not a time exclusive. Gears of War E-Day release version with the campaign is exclusive to Xbox. We think that the multiplayer, could benefit from widening the player pool. They could certainly pull that. Gears has a ranked mode too. I'm telling you, that it'd be really, really weird for all the work that went into Gears of War E-Day port to PlayStation to just sit there indefinitely for forever and never land on PlayStation. That'd be a really, really weird thing to get perpetually approved by the executives at Xbox. It just seems like eventually they'd come sliding over and be like, you know what? We can make some money over there, You have a copy ready to go. Xbox users should be able to buy that $40 edition too. Yeah, why not, TJ? I'm not even saying you would limit that to PlayStation. I'm just saying that could be a 900 IQ play to recoup a lot of the money that they lost by not shipping to PlayStation by just shipping a multiplayer-only version for like $40. I mean, if people like Gears and want to play online and shoot people and they want to play the Horde mode and play with their buds in kind of a Helldivers style way, I don't know. They could recoup some of that cost. They put all the work into it. You might be onto something there. I could get on board with that. I think they keep Gears exclusive in some fashion. Yeah, Gears of War E-Day stays console exclusive, and they're like, no, it's not a time exclusive, but they're like, hey, we really think the multiplayer could benefit from expanding the user base, so we've developed a multiplayer version of this game that we're going to sell on the PlayStation. You wouldn't even call it Gears of War E-Day, maybe, because E-Day is about the campaign. You would call it like, I don't know. They can shop it. That's their job. The marketing team could come up with something fancy. You know, Gears of War multiplayer doesn't sound very good. You'd need something else. You know. Your boy Paris is fine with exclusives now. I was really curious what some of the people's positions would be who thought this was where everything was going and thought that it just made sense and that it was the right play. I'm really curious what their opinion is. You know, where did they land on this announcement? Because Gamertag Radio got to interview Matt Booty, and both Danny and Paris were very much like, I mean, there's obviously the clips. I'm not doing gotcha receipt pulls, but there are clips of them being like, PlayStation's going to go day and date on PC. It just makes sense. This is where the industry's going. Like, this is where, you know, exclusives are they just don't make any sense financially. You know, I am curious where they land on this. Where they land on it, like, as a strategy, like, what do they think that the business angle is, and what do they think is the consumer? Like, do they think this is a good move? Do they think it's a bad move? Like, I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to watch their interview. Gears of War Emergence Aftermath. Yeah, something like that. There you go. That's not bad. Gears of War Emergence Aftermath Edition or something. Yeah. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm not. I know people change their position. I know many people were like pro exclusive, then they were anti-exclusive, and now they might be back being pro exclusive again. I don't care. You know, my position never changed. I always thought exclusives are legitimate. They're a perfectly fine strategy. So many industries have exclusives. It's the number one way to get people on your console. I actually think it leads to good value for the consumer. I've never agreed that they're anti-consumer. I've always thought they're pro-consumer because the consumers that buy it get a good product, right? It's this false dichotomy of, like, you know, pro versus anti-consumer. It's like, no, you can have an exclusive that is pro-consumer because the consumers that buy it get a good product. You know? What are your thoughts on Halo Campaign Evolved having new missions? Do you think it's a strong selling point? I think what Campaign Evolved looks like is the selling point. I thought it looked incredible in that trailer. It looks way better than the first showing. No one was attacking the position or lack thereof, not people. I mean, I wouldn't even say I'm attacking. I just never agreed with their position. I never agreed with people that thought exclusives were bad or anti-consumer. Never agreed with them. I have been resolute on this point that exclusives are a value point. It's helpful to the developers. You know, it gives your ecosystem and it gives your platform an identity. You know, I've never agreed with the people that said that. So I'm not even attacking their position. I just don't agree with it. I never did. If their position has changed over the years, that's their prerogative. That's their own choice as a creator in these spaces to change their positions. And you're allowed to change your position. And then it's up to viewers whether or not they align with your position or your reasoning. Like, that's up to the people watching. If they feel like you have, you know, flip-flopped, or they feel like that you have just sort of moved with Microsoft, that's up to the users, the viewers to decide. They can come to their own determination. They can watch the content, they can show up to shows, and they can ask you questions. That's up to them. I'm not in the business of like going out here and receipt pulling and having a go at people. The record's clear. People were all over the place on this topic, and that's their prerogative and choice. And I never budged on this one because I trusted that we weren't going to see Nintendo and PlayStation reverse course on their strategies with exclusives because of how successful it was for their platforms and their hardware sales. Blade is 100% an Xbox exclusive. I don't know about that. It was never positioned as an exclusive, and I said this about a Punisher game the other day, like why I don't know if Insomniac would ever do a Punisher game. The royalty split with Marvel makes it really tough to make Marvel games. Like, you need a game to sell a lot of copies, so I don't think they would limit the reach of Blade. I think they know Blade would sell very, very well on PlayStation. There's a very good Marvel video game history there in light of like 3 Spider-Man games, and now they're about to have Wolverine. Blade could do very well on PlayStation, and because of the royalty split with Marvel, I don't think they're going to try to limit that to a console exclusive. I think it would really hurt them. I think financially that would be far more destructive than like Gears of War E-Day. Marvel property, there's different rules. I don't think Marvel property could do that. If it's on PC, it's not exclusive. Yeah, and I don't agree with that either. I always said, there were a lot of people that kept saying, well, PlayStation doesn't have exclusives anymore anyway. I would go, we know that when people were saying that, they were saying it in bad faith. They didn't genuinely believe it. It was disingenuine. They were all saying, oh, PlayStation doesn't have exclusives anymore anyway, because eventually the games come to PC. They'll never say that about exclusives that are landing on PC day and date with Xbox. It wasn't consistent. The position was bad faith. We know it was bad faith. So even if you go to those people now and you're like, oh, what do you think about exclusivity returning for Xbox, right? They're not going to concede and say, well, they're not really exclusives because they land on PC day one. They won't say that. The position was never made in good faith. It was just made to argue and to stir people up. Positions like that just aren't worthy of respect because they're not trying to engage in dialogue. They're just trying to stir folks up and have a firefight. I prefer to be able to play every game I think looks great on the platform I enjoy the most, as I'm sure most do. I agree exclusives are good business, certainly not good for my gaming. Yeah, and it all comes down to expectations. Like, I bought a Nintendo Switch 2 anticipating, well, if I want to play Nintendo exclusives, I got to have a Nintendo Switch 2. Yeah, I'm going to co-stream the Nintendo Direct tomorrow because we're hearing Ocarina of Time might be there. They did classify it as console exclusive in the showcase at least, so that talking point is laid out. Sure, I'm talking about the people that were like, oh, well, PlayStation doesn't have exclusives because their games go to PC. And it's like, but they go to PC like 2 years later. Were you guys saying that when Starfield went to PC day and date? No. Starfield was celebrated as an exclusive, as it should have been. It was a big exclusive. No binary mode activated? Oh no. What game are you not going to binary? I've been very consistent to maintain that they aren't exclusive by definition in my mind. Said it 10 years ago, still saying it now. That's why the showcase is odd. I get it for Xbox, but Play Anywhere is my feature that I celebrate. Yeah, Ginger, I think you've always been just cut from a very different cloth than I have on the issue. And I always thought, if I can't get the game on PlayStation and I got to go to Xbox or PC to get it, I think that's an exclusive. I was always consistent on that. I was like, no, I can't get it on the PlayStation. It's exclusive to the console. I got to go over there. I always felt that way. I was like, no, that's still an exclusive. You're excluding an entire brand from the game. So, PC is still Microsoft, so it's technically a Microsoft exclusive. Homie. Just let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do the PC is Microsoft thing. Come on. Come on. PC is Steam's domain. Like that. Come on. When we're talking gaming, PC is Steam's domain. The operating system doesn't matter. That is superfluous to the discussion. It just is. Like, let's just not do that. Everybody knows that argument is silly, and it's not worth going down that road. It is. It's like, come on. Gabe is the god of PC. Okay, that's where the money is made. That's where the games are. Like, Microsoft being the operating system doesn't weigh in at all on this. Zubair says, I'm officially over. PC is Microsoft. Yeah, the PC is Microsoft is just like a weird... I don't know. It's like giving your team in sports ball extra points for how many guys have blonde hair. It's like it doesn't matter. It's like, what? It's like, well, our teammates, we have more red sneakers on the field. It's like, what? That doesn't factor in. You're just making up something to take points for? Steam is just a library. Steam is a Leviathan storefront. It's not just a library. Come on, man. We made it a long time today without wacky takes. Let's not start now. Okay? Let's not start now. Steam is just a library. Come on, man. Let's not do this, okay? Let's keep the takes in the sane lane. All right? Raijin with the double dip. A tier 3 for 33 months on Twitch. And then a 57-month double dip VIP on YouTube. My man, Raijin. Thank you. Steam is a store that Microsoft pays to sell games on. Yes. It is. It's an absolute monster of a storefront. It's such a successful platform. Like, I mean, it's not just a library. That's just such an absurd thing to say. SteamOS already took over handhelds with one device. It would take a while, but I could see them putting a dent into Windows market share. I think Windows is aware of what SteamOS could do, beginning with the Steam machine. Calculated out 20 years. In software and in technology, you can't think about right now only. You can't. You can't think about right now only. You got to think about 20 years down the line. SteamOS could slowly rise from the water. Just give them time. Give them time. I mean, I would. Right now, I would. If my PC over there with the 5070, if my PC over there with the 5070 Ti, if I can install SteamOS on it and strip everything down and make it just about gaming. Now, obviously, for streaming purposes, I would still want a web browser so I could pull up trailers and stuff, which I'm assuming SteamOS would allow me to do that. I would do that in a heartbeat. I would. If it was super easy and streamlined, I would. Like, I don't need a bunch of extra software on my gaming rig. I use it to watch trailers with you guys and play games on Steam. That's all it is. That's all I do with it. You give me a little box I can plug into my living room in my television. You can already do that. I don't know how streamlined it is though. Like, is it that simple? I don't know. I'm super noob on PC. I'm super noob. I don't know the steps it would, it's fairly easy, but I get what you mean. Yeah, it's like an unknown territory for me. It's just unknown territory. Like, do I want to do that and go through all the hoops? Because like right now, the PC's doing just fine for me. Primarily, I would be more won over by something like the Steam machine because it just comes set up that way and I just put it in my living room. If there was a Steam machine that was like $2,500 and was pretty stronger than the one they're advertising right now, and I could throw it in my living room, I'd probably do it. As an enthusiast, as someone who wants to game in my living room, I would probably do that in a heartbeat. I'm curious to see how well the Steam machine does, considering how expensive the Steam Deck is now. It's going to be tough. The hardware situation is making it tough on anybody, on everybody. It is. It's making it tough on everybody. Because because I don't think that Valve was going to buy at scale. I don't think they were. I don't think they anticipated, selling to the same degree as like Nintendo and PlayStation consoles. So like they're not buying at scale. So it's like that. It's not good. It's not good for anybody right now. Situation's bad. Okay. Since this is your job, I'd say stick to what everyone is doing so others have solutions for your problems. Yeah. When is the machine coming out? We don't know. I got a PS5 Pro because I can't afford to upgrade my PC like I want to. Yeah, I mean, the Pro became a little bit more winsome as a purchase once PC hardware went way, way up. Now, Pro is a little bit less winsome now at $900, but when it was $700 and $750 and PC peripherals started skyrocketing, it was like, Pro don't look so bad now at $750 and $700. $900 is steep. It still isn't bad comparatively, only comparatively. It only looks decent when you're comparing it to PC pricing. But by itself in the market, it's steep. It's like $900. Jiminy Christmas. Early adopters are the ones that saved this time around. That's unusual. That's abnormal in the life of a console. That's abnormal. Do we know how many copies of Gear 1 sold on PlayStation? It didn't sell well anywhere. So they might have done that as like a late stage argument. Like, look, man, Gears of War Remastered didn't do all that well anywhere. Reloaded or whatever it's called. So we can talk about the gaming industry until we're blue in the face. Fact of the matter is these companies are getting paid way more money to make games bad on purpose to push their agendas. They don't care about consumerism right now. Okay. If you have to budget for your PC, then the Pro is the way to go. It's not cheap, but comparable PC is way too expensive just for gaming. Yeah, the hobby just got really expensive. Now, the bubble might burst, and then the prices could come flying back down in the next couple of years. So, at least I can enjoy Halo Campaign Evolved on PS5. I've already pre-ordered 3 different copies of the game. Even if we don't get any more Halo games, which would be a huge mistake. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how they handle some of these franchises going forward. Yeah. I traded my 5 in on the last day before the price went up. Yeah, I tried to do that. I tried to get rid of my 5 to get a Pro right before. I mean, I already have Pros, but I couldn't find them anywhere. They were gone within a day. As soon as they announced the price increase was coming, I couldn't get Pros anywhere. 3 different copies? Homie, what? Yeah, I didn't quite understand that either, Christopher. Why are you buying so many copies of the Halo? Are you buying it for like multiple people so you can all play together or something? Pro is still cheaper than a 5060 Ti. Exclusive is the least of Xbox problems, says Angelo. Gears being exclusive but launching on Game Pass will blow up in their faces. I actually think you're right. I think this is going to not go well for them financially, but it's such a small loss in the big picture because it's not a very big piece of property. Then let's see, he has 3 PS5 Pros. No, I wanted to get a third. I have 2 Pros, and I have a regular PlayStation 5 I was trying to trade in when they announced the price increase. I'd like to have one just dedicated to the office, so I don't have to move them around so much. Yo, Rich Rice with the member, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Why does that sound weird? Thank you very much. Why does that sound weird? I think I'm dying. I think it's super simple, says Kirk. They have the first game for Halo and Gears on PlayStation as a gateway, and then if someone gets into the franchise, they have to buy an Xbox to play the rest. I mean, yeah, Halo Campaign Evolved comes over, Gears of War Reloaded comes over, and then the next mainline doesn't. Maybe. Huh. I didn't know you had an Atari box behind you. Yeah, I got Doom Guy out because it's an Xbox day. That is from Tainted Grail, the Fall of Avalon Collector's Edition that they sent me. And then the Atari is the Atari Decanter that I think Xanatos sent to me. Narwaffle says, what do you think of the Xbox folks online saying not to play Gears with Game Pass, and that if they're real Xbox fans, they need to buy Gears? I don't know. I mean, it's interesting after all these years, I mean, of acting like that's not a big deal, and that buying games is for suckers. You know, a lot of folks really champion that idea. I answered your question. I want to buy 2 more copies for friends. I pre-ordered the collector's edition for $200 and the standard edition in a physical and a deluxe. Oh, you're buying all the different versions. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they really champion the opposite for like a long time, so I just don't know. To suddenly be like, man, now we should buy games and not use Game Pass. I'm like, what? He's like, oh, okay. I mean, I don't know if you're going to get a lot of movement within the user base because Game Pass is still such an unbelievable value at like $23 a month. It's still, I mean, with the cadence coming, it's pretty good. So I don't know. Going back to the show, discussing non-exclusive games, I would assume they are not exclusive due to legal requirements they are unable to reverse. Legal requirements? What legal requirements are you talking about? Gears of War E-Day, as far as we've been told, is sitting on a hard drive. The port is done for PlayStation. And they made an 11th hour rug pull on it. So you think there's legal requirements with a game like Senua that was just announced? Like, what legal requirements? Like, what are you talking about? These are like brand new announced games. They haven't been announced. They've not been promoted or marketed as multiplat. You know? RHC P Mark with 47 months. I'm a huge Gears fan, and E-Day looks awesome. Looks like they are doing some lore rewriting based on what they showed us, but man, it does look good. And a $5 super chat from William. Wasn't that similar to the PlayStation PC port strategy? Stagger the PC release to get them interested. Then if they want to continue, then if they want to continue day one, they got to buy a PlayStation. That was the strategy with PlayStation. I don't know if Gears and Halo have that level of potency with like a PlayStation user. Like is Campaign Evolved and Gears of War Reloaded going to have that level of potency? Like God of War 2018, like going to PC and being like, oh, I don't want to miss out on Ragnarok. I don't know if they're similar in that level of potency. This guy says, it doesn't matter if these games make money or not, as long as the message being paid for by certain interests gets spread. Making any kind of profit is simply a bonus. Okay. What message do you think is being spread by like Gears of War E-Day? Or Halo Campaign Evolved? Like, what games in the showcase yesterday at Xbox do you feel like is trying to spread a message? And then what message do you think they're trying to spread? Business deals that are locked into, and to reverse it isn't worth the squeeze. So a game that was ESRB and PEGI rated for PlayStation 5 not coming to PlayStation, you just think that, like, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know what legality you're referring to. If they could do it with Gears of War E-Day, what commitment do you think they have for like something like Senua? Like I just don't get what you're arguing. Like I don't know if they were able to do it with Gears of War E-Day, I don't see why they couldn't do it with all of them, homie. Like they weren't even the games that had been announced yet. We don't even know if that's true. Contrary to rumor, Asha Sharma and Matt were going to pull Halo Campaign Evolved Fable from PS5, but due to contractual obligations, they couldn't, and the product had already been sold to retailers. Fable has already been sold to retailers? Really? A game that isn't out this year and isn't gold? It's not sitting on discs? Rich Rice with the 10 bomb over here on YouTube, getting us to 68 members. A big one out of nowhere. Thank you, Rich. That tweet is that tweet's a lie. Nothing can be sold to retailers. Fable hasn't gone gold. There's no physical item to be sold to retailers right now for Fable. That person's just making stuff up. And contractual obligations, retailers already have Gears of War E-Day listed and rated. What do you mean? They pulled Gears, but they can't pull Fable? I'm telling you, people are contorting themselves to make it seem like, oh, no, exclusives are back. All those other games were contractually obligated. What the frick are you talking about? Senua wasn't even announced yet. Maybe they meant pre-orders? What pre-orders? What pre-orders? Pre-orders for what? I'm confused. A lot of people don't seem to understand that it's all a part of the entertainment propaganda machine. They don't care about making good games right now. Oh, the mythical they. They don't care about making good games now, except for the litany of Game of the Year nominated Game of the Year frontrunners this year that have already come out, and revenue-topping charts of game sales, and the deluge of games coming beginning in July, August, and September, like an overwhelming amount of games. I asked you a pretty pointed question. What message are you talking about? Who's this they that you're referring to? I know that works on thumbnails. You know, they don't care. They are bad. The mythical they. Ooh. The transcendent boogeyman that drives click rate. What are you talking about? Like, what message? Like, you literally think all these developers are like, yeah, frick making a good game and making profit. We're all about an agenda. What agenda are you talking about? What games are you referring to? Point to games right now that you feel like are doing that. Is Gears doing it? Is Halo doing it? Is Belmont's Curse Castlevania doing it? Is 007 First Light doing it? Is Pragmata doing it? Is Resident Evil 9 doing it? Is Lego Batman doing it? Where are all these bad games with an agenda? Is Wolverine doing it? What are you referring to? What games? What agenda? Because a lot of the games I'm listing are high quality games. Is Star Wars Zero Company doing it? Blood of Dawnwalker? You know? Is Control Resonant doing it? Silent Hill Townfall? Valor Mortis? Onimusha? Minecraft Dungeons? Rayman Legends? Ace Combat 8? Star Wars Galactic Racer? Gears of War E-Day? Or Modern Warfare 4? Call of Duty? Phantom Blade Zero? Are all these games going to be bad and they don't care if they're good because they only care about the agenda? I mean, I just list more games than you're going to be able to buy or shake a stick at. Like, what are you talking about? Do you have a substantive and intelligent response to my questions? Or are you just parroting they have an agenda and they don't care if games are good? As I just rattled off countless games that have either already come out and have been great or are coming and look great. I have a feeling you won't respond to my questions. $2 from Jay, the nebulous woke agenda. $5 from William. Xbox stated all announced games for other platforms they're going to honor. I think that's why Gears isn't going. It wasn't announced for PlayStation. William, again, the issue with what you're saying is there were brand new games announced yesterday that are they were announced as multiplat. They hadn't been announced yet. Senua hadn't been announced yet. Do you see what I'm saying? Even what Matt Booty said, it's like, okay, then why are there brand new Xbox Studios games yesterday that are announced as multiplat? Why? And I'm telling you, people are contorting themselves. So you think there's a contractual legal obligation for Senua to be multiplat? Like already? What are you talking about? They just announced it. I'm telling you, people are contorting themselves into the shape of a pretzel to be like, no, exclusives are back. All those games announced in the showcase, there was legal obligations and contracts in place. Really? They rug pulled Gears of War E-Day at the 11th hour, but they were forced to announce Senua as a multiplat? Be real. Think about what you're arguing. Senua hadn't even been announced yet. Gears of War E-Day had been announced, and it was rated for PS5. Retailers had it listed already. They were ready to go, and they pulled it at the 11th hour. There was no contractual obligation for a game that's done, ready to go on a hard drive, according to Jeff Grubb. It is ready to go to PlayStation, and they pull it in the 11th hour. But Senua has a legal obligation or contract to be announced as a multiplat? Like, think about what you're saying. I'm telling you. I'm not trying to go negative. I'm not trying to be scoldy. Don't buy into this. You're buying into something that's like this is made up narrative. They are not throwing it in reverse. All signs point to this being a couple of games to slow the bleeding. They don't want people leaving the platform, and this is a great way to keep you around. A handful of console exclusives, way spread out. And then all the other brand new games announced yesterday were multiplats. Brand new games announced for the public doesn't mean deals weren't established during development. Homie, Gears of War E-Day is about to release. How does that get pulled from PlayStation, but games that haven't even been announced yet, you're like, no, they're too locked in on the contract. How in the... Hasn't Senua always been multi-platform? No. Hellblade 2 launches an exclusive. You guys aren't thinking this, you're not thinking this through. You aren't. You've got to think through this logically. Gears of War is getting ready to come out. It is right there at the finish line. It's finished for PlayStation, according to Grubb. It's got an ESRB and a PEGI rating, and retailers have it listed for PS5, and you're like, no, they were able to rug pull that. There's no contract there. But there's a contract for a game like Senua that hasn't even been announced yet? It doesn't make an ounce of sense. Brand new games announced for the public doesn't mean deals weren't established. They may be deals worth reversing, while other games it is worth reversing. I don't understand the point that you're making. You're not thinking about this critically. You aren't. If you think all those games announced yesterday are somehow locked into a contract that's immovable, but Gears of War wasn't, that doesn't make an ounce of sense. Gears is at the finish line. There's a playable version for PlayStation. It's been rated. And they're like, no, yeah, we can decide not to put that on PlayStation. But they're forced through a contract on a game like Senua? You're not making sense. You're not making sense. That's not. I don't think that's logical. That this feels like a contorted narrative to be like, oh no, exclusives are back. All these other games are contractually obligated to be announced as multiplat, but once we get on the other side of all these announced games, we're going to be getting lots more exclusives. No, I don't think so. Both Asha and both Matt Booty are like case by case. They're giving very flimsy assurances on this. It's going to be a couple of games. It'll be like, I think it's going to be like one game a year. I think they're going to shoot for one big name a year to be like, console exclusive. So then you're like, oh, I can't leave. Did Lono talk about the change in tone for Fable with their new trailer? I'm not sure what you mean. Tone how? Story or what? I'm pretty sure it was leaked that the Gears thing was a super recent decision. That's correct. It was literally made within 24 hours of the showcase is what we're hearing. There were Xbox employees that had no idea that was happening. They were like, oh my gosh, wow, Gears is now an exclusive. That was like a last minute decision. I don't understand how Gears is in a contract that can just be changed on a whim, but like a Senua announcement isn't. That doesn't make any sense. If they wanted to pull out all the stops and go back to doing exclusives, Senua was a perfect game for that. Senua was not going to top the sales charts. It isn't. It's not going to be some... I love Ninja Theory. I love Hellblade 1, but I'm going to be real with y'all. Senua was not a game that you would be like, yeah, we're locked in. We got to make sure and ship that on PlayStation. No, it's because they're not throwing it in reverse, homies. They're not doing it. There were too many Xbox Game Studios announcements yesterday that were multi-plat announcements to believe that they're throwing this in reverse. That's why I said it just kind of rang hollow. It was like console exclusive Gears and console exclusive Clockwork, and then everything else is going to PlayStation. It's like, well, they're obviously not throwing this in reverse. They picked two titles, two somewhat random titles. Yeah, Haley Atwell was great. She's a big win for that game. I like Haley Atwell. She's the villain, not the hero. She thinks she's the hero. At some point, you go and talk to her in the woods. In the one trailer, they go and talk to her in the woods. They don't show her in one of those early trailers. The God of War contract may be worth paying a penalty for changing the deal at the final hour. Senua may not be seen the same way. Senua might not be worth amending, assuming there's a penalty for that charge. Why are we assuming all this? Where do we have any concrete information that this is even a thing? I feel like we're just whipping things up. Like, what penalty? Do we have any concrete reporting, any evidence to suggest that a publisher will pay a penalty if they decide to just not send the game over there? Like, yeah, we're not going to send that over there now. Oh, you got to pay a penalty. What? What do you mean? I feel like that kind of like a publishing deal like that, you wouldn't have to pay a penalty. It's their game. They can do whatever they want with it. You all love exclusives until others start doing them. Now this comes across as port begging. I don't know who you're talking to. Nobody yet today has been upset about this. I said that I thought Gears was going to be a timed exclusive, and I planned on buying it on my Xbox. So I'm not sure who you're talking to. Nobody right now in either chat, YouTube or Twitch or myself, has uttered any frustration with them doing this. I'm simply cautioning Xbox fans to not think that this is them slamming it in reverse and you're going to be getting tons of exclusives now. I don't think they're doing that. I'm trying to caution Xbox fans to be careful buying into this idea. I do not think that's what they're doing. I'm not saying it's bad or negative. I don't know who you're responding to. Trill says, I like Haley Atwell's too. I mean, I think the world does. What else do you have to say here? Yeah, okay. She's playing the villain. Yeah, what I said is she thinks she's the hero. In the trailer, she thinks she's the hero of Albion or whatever. Like, she is the villain, but she thinks she's the hero. I'd imagine there are contracts, and in business, breaking and amending contracts can have penalties for parties involved. I would love for somebody who's educated in this to educate all of us, because I would actually think that the publisher has it baked into the contract that they can pull out anytime they want. They can amend the release date. They can amend release timing. They can do that whenever they want. It's their game. It's their game. We should continue to focus on how Xbox One Summer Game Fest is going to be an all Xbox Game of the Year category unless they allow more games to be nominated. I feel like you're just saying stuff for reactions. You said multiple things today. I feel like you're just baiting reactions. I don't feel like you're here to have genuine conversation. Like, we're discussing the ins and outs of the business because I've been streaming for 2-3 hours and 8 minutes. We can't just sit here and glaze them for 3 hours about how they won Summer Game Fest. Like, we've given them their flowers. I've given them their score and said they did great. That's not a continual conversation. That doesn't garner dialogue. Oh yeah, great. We all thought it was a great show. I also don't see anything in their games coming out that are going to take over the Game of the Year nominations at all. I don't think you're unseating like Resident Evil 9 and Pragmata and the ocean of other top level games like Soros and 007 First Light. Like, I just think there's so many, and then there's games like Mugenics and Slay the Spire 2. I don't see anything from Xbox this year that's getting Game of the Year nominated. Gears maybe. Gears, I've even said I don't think Wolverine gets nominated. Games like that struggle to get nominated for Game of the Year. They always win showcases. Yeah, Xbox always has killer showcases. I've said this for 10 years. I always feel like their showcases are the best. Don't buy a PS5 if you're on PC. Those games are all coming to PC at a later date if you want any of them. Now you're just saying something that's factually inaccurate. So you're just spreading falsehood. I don't know why you're doing that. Herman Holst had a town hall at PlayStation and indicated their single-player tentpole games are not going to PC any longer. That is a matter of public record. It's not a rumor. It has been confirmed. They are no longer doing that. So what you're saying is simply untrue. I don't think you're here in good faith. You're just trying to bait and cause disruption. I don't think you're here in good faith. Can we at least play the games before nominating them for Game of the Year? I think you can look at certain games and be like, ooh, that's going to be at the caliber of maybe Game of the Year. Like, I look at Onimusha and I'm like, this could be a Game of the Year contender. I don't know. I look at Gears of War E-Day and I'm like, yeah, maybe. Has a Gears of War game ever been nominated for Game of the Year? I just feel like it's tough, and it's not the game's fault. The review circuit and the press and the voting process, it's extremely easy for large portions of the gaming press to be tepid and be like, yeah, I didn't like it that much, or it's overly violent, and it's all this cliche, brute kill everything. Like, it's too easy for portions of the review circuit to just give it like an 8. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that it's Gears of War's fault. I say the same thing about Wolverine. I'm being consistent in this. Games like Wolverine and Gears, they struggle to get a Game of the Year nomination because of the review outlets and the people voting. Their biggest hurdle to getting back to Xbox, Creature says, is earning user player trust by games coming out at quality consistently or finally coming out instead of being in showcases for 5 or 6 years. Right, they always win the showcase. Well, now it's time to put up and shut up. It's time to stop talking and start delivering great games. And it looks like they're set up to do that. Gears looks strong. Forza 6, strong. Fable, we'll look at the gameplay on Wednesday and we'll see. Yeah, Gears 1, 2, and 3 all have 91, 93, 94. Their Metacritics are all very good, but that was like 15 and 20 years ago. I feel like the review circuits are different now. I feel like, I'm serious, I feel like the culture has shifted on the uber-violent, action-focused games. Yeah, and then Gears kind of fell with 4 and 5 with the review circuits. I feel like the review circuits and the jury that votes on the Game of the Year games, I feel like they've shifted, and games like Gears and Wolverine end up not scoring as high. They end up not getting Game of the Year nominated because it only takes a handful of outlets to tank the score and to take the momentum away. It doesn't take long. It does not take long for a couple of outlets to hurt a game's score and for it to not land as strong. I thought Gears looked incredible. It'll probably end up being one of my favorite games this year. It looks fantastic, but You got games like Control Resonance and Pragmata and Resident Evil 9. I even think Saros is in the mix. 007 First Light. I think those games are in a stronger position this year, and I think a game like Wolverine and a game like Gears, I think they're going to get praise for action, but I don't think they're going to be as strong in contention for Game of the Year. I'm just making an observation about the review circuit and how these games tend to land. I'm not speaking to what I will think of these games. I'm not. I'm probably going to love Wolverine. I'm probably going to love Gears of War. But I don't know. I feel like that the review gamut, the review gauntlet, and the jury, I just think they land differently on these types of games now. I just think they do. It doesn't mean that they're wrong and that the games are bad, getting snubbed or robbed. I just think the culture has shifted around what we think a Game of the Year game is. I think people look at a game like Pragmata. They're looking for a game like Elden Ring. They're looking for a game like Baldur's Gate 3. They're looking for a game like God of War. They're looking for that like blockbuster, insane levels of excellence. Now, I'll tell you, Gears of War cutscenes yesterday, I was like, they're hitting really, really high on the quality scale. So Gears of War could absolutely crush it this year within the review circuit. I'm just always hesitant, and I'm like, I don't know. It only takes about 5 to 10 outlets to be tepid and to give you like a 7.5 or an 8, and your score gets dropped and you don't get enough votes. It's a tough year. It's really tough. They're looking for something new. Yeah, especially with Pragmata in the mix. I mean, I think Pragmata is the best new IP I've played since like Returnal and Expedition 33. Pragmata is just fantastic. It is. It's just so good as a new IP. And if we go to Open Critic, and again, I don't do this because I think this is deterministic. This is the best way to get a bearing on where the review circuit and the voting is going to land. You also have Forza Horizon 6 in the mix. You have Mina the Hallower in the mix. You have Pokemon Pokopia in the mix. RE9, Mugenics, 007 First Light, Saros. These are all very, very highly rated games. And where Saros now has 143 reviews. Like, that is such a strong score for a game to have with that many reviews. That's a quantitative advantage. That game is in a great spot for a Game of the Year nomination. It's going to be incredibly tough. Pragmata. Neo 3. I keep forgetting about Neo 3. Neo 3's got an amazing score. 164 reviews. Yeah, GTA 6 isn't even out yet. GTA 6 could land. Ooh, Realm of Ink is doing well. That's always good to see. Only 8 reviews. That's still good. If you guys like Hades, you should be playing Realm of Ink. Recently appointed Xbox advisor Matthew Ball shines a light on Microsoft's convoluted exclusivity strategy. Okay, so this is a 2-minute clip from Keeley. Matthew Ball discusses Xbox framework for exclusive games moving forward with the game business. So Chris Dring got to interview him. I want to listen to this.
What games are going to be console exclusive going forward, and which ones might be?
I apologize for the sound.
So I can tell you how we're thinking about it. We have an internal framework and a strategy that we're using to approach exclusives on and off platform. I'll start with a quick recap. We announced yesterday that there were 2 titles, one coming this year, one coming next year. Doing 2 titles was important. We could have announced Clockwork was going to be exclusive later at the end of the year when we got closer and closer to the 25th anniversary. We could have kicked off 2027 by talking about that as an exclusive. It was important for us to include 2 titles so that people understood this was not a one-off. It was not a commemorative. We were not saying it's our 25th anniversary, it's Gears' 20th anniversary, we're returning to Xbox, here's an exclusive. This is the start of a program, and players can expect a reliable pipeline that validates their historical investment in the Xbox platform, keeps them as Xbox players going forward, and everyone in the industry understands that exclusives are important to the growth and branding of that platform.
Okay, I want you to pay I'm sorry, I'm probably so much louder than him. I apologize. I want you to pay careful attention to what he just said. What did he focus on? Like I said, this is about existing customers. Listen to what he said.
Year's 20th anniversary, we're returning to Xbox. Here's an exclusive. This is the start of a program, and players can expect a reliable pipeline that validates their historical investment in the Xbox platform, keeps them as Xbox players going forward, and everyone in the industry understands that exclusives are important to the growth and branding of that platform. We've also said publicly that there's a series of titles, predominantly those that are designed for large live service multiplayer platforms, COD being the best example.
Let me try and boost the audio for you guys. Hang on one second. Filters, gain. Here we go.
Are going to remain non-exclusive. We have a third bucket of titles, those titles that we have previously announced or previously committed with our partners, with players, with teams, that we've decided to maintain those commitments. That is important to us as we migrate through this fourth area. And that is, Asha has been clear that our business today is not healthy. She's been clear that we are turning around the business. Every day we are going to come more and more outwards about what we're doing, why we're doing it. And the reason why I say that is, today I can't give you a more comprehensive answer. Here are all of the titles that players can expect this year, next year, and thereafter that are going to be exclusive. We know what those are going to be. We know how we're going to make those decisions. We know how we're going to be evaluated against those decisions. But what's important there is that framework has to be external eventually. Everyone in this audience is an expert, an aficionado of the field, and I understand why they are saying we still don't quite get it. We have to communicate that internally. We have to communicate that to our partners. But then most of all, at the end of the day, the average player, the average current Xbox player, and the player that we want but don't have today have to understand it very simply. That's where we're going. We're just not ready to do it yet.
I was going to ask what makes Clockwork Revolution an Xbox console exclusive but not Senua? But I guess is that because of that, those commitments you talked about to teams and that before you made that decision?
No further comment.
So completely dodges the question that everybody's asking. What makes Clockwork an exclusive and not Senua? And no comment. Like, he won't answer the question. I told you. The second half of his answer was just talking in circles and saying nothing specific. He very clearly states what it's about. Honoring your commitment and your investment and to keep you. I told y'all. I was like, this is not designed. They're not doing this. They're not slamming it in reverse. They're not going to go back. They're not going to be like, oh yeah, everything now that we make is an exclusive. Yeah, it was a recording from like a cell phone, so I couldn't do much with the audio. I boosted it as much as I could with OBS, and there's only so much I can do with OBS. It's like that was somebody's recording. Hang on, somebody did a super chat. Armani Coleman says, I can't wait for Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. I know you're probably not going to play it. Why would I say it? Why would you think I'm not going to play it? AC Black Flag is like one of my favorite AC games. I'm very much going to play it. Are you crazy? Origins is my favorite AC, and then my second favorite is Black Flag. Yeah, I appreciate Chris Dring asking the pointed question. Well, wait a minute. What makes Clockwork a console exclusive and not Senua? And he's like, no comment. I'm telling you, this is... And listen, you can do both things. You can celebrate the fact that you're getting console exclusives while also maintaining your own awareness of, like, this is not a change in their strategy. This is not a fundamental reversal of everything they've done the last 10 years. Both things can be true. Both things can be true. You can be excited and you can celebrate, and it is a positive for you and for the brand to go back to and to do console exclusives. 100% yes. You can celebrate that. But you can also keep your eyes wide open and know they're going to continue to primarily be publishing their games everywhere. They are. And guess what? That means you can confidently stay on your Series X and you can confidently buy a Helix knowing full well that they're going to continue to put their games on PlayStation and Nintendo. They're going to continue to do it. Yeah, I know you're going to play it. My bad. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, I'm big on Black Flag. Yeah. It's like telling your kids they don't have a favorite. It's like telling your kids that you don't have a favorite when you really do. I can't. Why did he dodge the question? I like Matt Ball, but that's not what he's there for. He's not there to give you an entire rundown of everything they're going to do and how it's all going to play out. He's there to drive home the message. He's there to drive home the message. The message is, we want to give you a reason to stay with Xbox. That's the message. We got Matt Ball and Matt Booty. Come on. Matt Ball and Matt Booty. That's pretty good. All GTA 6 has right now is a bunch of hype. We have no idea how it's going to run. The GTX game of the year, the GTA 6 game of the year conversation is pretty interesting because we have it on very good authority that GTA 6 isn't going to send review copies to people. So it's like, well, how is the press going to review it in time for Game of the Year nominations then if they're not going to get review copies? Matt Ball and Matt Booty, it's hilarious. It's true. I mean, really, they need to get the trifecta, you know? There's got to be a Matthew Booby out there they can hire. Just let them run all the showcases, you know? Every showcase opens up. I'm Matthew Booby. I'm Matt Ball. I'm Matt Booty. Like every showcase, people are like, these showcases are great. And I don't even know why. I'm not surprised they aren't sending review copies. It's too leaky. Like, yeah, the industry is way too leaky for them to be sending review copies. Like, I 100% get it. But my question is, well, what does that mean for Game of the Year nominations? Like, the release date, Matt Breast. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget we need Matt Johnson or Matt Dick. Our new hire, Matthew Dick. We're really excited to have him on the team. $10 super chat from Jimmy Mack. I don't think it's controversial. Xbox has a ton of IP. I think they can maintain some exclusivity while being the largest publisher. Sony has 1 or 2 exclusives a year. Xbox may have 1 or 2 as well. Yeah, but the difference is that PlayStation doesn't publish a bunch of multi-plat games all year round. That's the difference. Xbox is going to be using their publishing edifice and studios to publish large amounts of games every year on all platforms. PlayStation Studios aren't doing that. That's the difference. You're not wrong. Like, quantitatively, 1 console exclusive a year is probably enough to keep people loyal. They're like, well, I'm not leaving. I don't want to miss out on Gears or Clockwork or what have you. You know what I mean? Like, you're not wrong, but the comparison's not the same because I'm thinking from the Xbox loyalist position. They're seeing Xbox Studios and first-party property largely going multi-plat. That's not happening with PlayStation. So the number of exclusives, yes, is similar. Like this year, it's Saros, and Wolverine. And then Phantom Blade Zero is a console exclusive. And then next year, it's probably going to be God of War, Lao Fei, and Intergalactic, and maybe Venom, right? So 2 or 3. So as long as Xbox has like one console exclusive a year, you know, they're at least putting something out there to say, this is a reason to stay on Xbox. Again, the difference is you watch a showcase like that, you tune into something like that, and you have all these Xbox studios and first-party property going to PlayStation. That's the difference. That's why some of the Xbox fans aren't necessarily being won over by this. They're like, yeah, that's fine that you're doing that, but it's clear that the vast majority of what you're doing is still, you know, taking the property elsewhere. Oh, yeah, Until Dawn. That's true. Yeah, Until Dawn is also first-party exclusive. They say exclusives matter, and then they release tons of games on PlayStation. Right, but Hidden Siryu, if I play devil's advocate and I say, listen, exclusives matter, here's an exclusive to keep you here. You don't want to switch teams because you're going to miss out on this exclusive. Oh, but it's only one. Yeah, well, it's one. There's restaurants that are in town. My wife and I, you know, frequent some of the restaurants in town. And there's a couple that are like franchises. If the location on 5th Street was like, our menu is exactly the same, except for we have this one particular thing or this rotating special that, you know, we do something new on Fridays or whatever, well, then that would be a motivation for you to go to that location as opposed to another. Why? One item can be enough. It can be. Like, I'm giving them credit. Like, it works. It does. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to stay on Xbox. Why? Well, yes, they're taking Senua to PlayStation. I can still play Senua on my Xbox. But I can't play Gears of War on PlayStation. On PlayStation, I have to be here. It works. All it takes is one game a year. I see where you guys are coming from. There are a lot of the Xbox loyal who would agree with you. They would say, this is inconsistent messaging. You're sending Halo and Forza over there, but not Gears, and we're supposed to celebrate that? Like, I totally get the cynicism and the negative outlook that many people feel. But if it's that one thing every year that's keeping you from jumping ship and leaving the brand, then it's serving a purpose. It is. It's serving a purpose. You're like, well, I couldn't possibly leave. Why? Well, there's at least one game a year that I won't get if I leave. I think you're thinking about it as if, like, hang on, a $5 super chat from Armani Coleman. I can't believe Wolverine is 3 months away. It's so many games are coming, brother. It's about to be a dadgum, it's a deluge. We're about to be flooded with games. Think about it like this. They're not trying to get you to buy an Xbox with Gears of War. They're trying to keep the people that already have a library that are like, well, I don't want to leave my library. I can get Senua when it comes out. I can get Fable when it comes out. That's fine. You know, you're already playing Forza. And I'll get Gears, and I won't be able to get Gears over on PlayStation. So I'm going to stay put. The other thing to think about is this. Even if somebody buys a PlayStation because they want to play Wolverine real bad, they're still going to maintain their presence in the Xbox ecosystem. Why? Because they want to play Gears. Do you see? It's like, well, I'm not going to miss out on Gears 1. If you've been playing Gears since the first game, goodness gracious, you're not going to miss out on Gears of War E-Day. You see? Like, yes, you might buy a PlayStation. And yes, maybe you buy some Xbox games over there because they're PS5 Pro enhanced. Who knows? But you're going to still keep your foot in the Xbox ecosystem. You're still going to keep that Series X or S. Why? Got to play Gears. Retention strategy, pretty smart actually. That's my analysis of this. This is a retention strategy. This is not them trying to throw their entire strategy in reverse or get you to buy an Xbox and get rid of your PlayStation. That's not what they're trying to do. This is 100% a retention strategy. And it's gonna work. It's gonna work. if you've been sitting on a Series X as long as I have, and now you finally got a reason to turn it on, and you've stayed loyal to Xbox, then they just gave you a reason to stay put. And because their friends and libraries are there too. Right. They're making it harder to leave. It's kind of like when the cable company wants you to sign up for internet and phone through them. It makes it harder to leave. They're giving you one last thing, one last piece, one last product that it's like, well, I don't know. You might not want to leave. Hang on. Oh, the World Cup. They're doing like increased payouts. Like if you do product placement for like Puma and Nike, I was like, I can get sponsored segments with the World Cup on my channel. No, I can't. It's a specific thing to those brands. Guys, if you haven't done so already, do me a quick favor. Let's try to get 400 likes on the YouTube video. We're very, very close. You can access all the same games on PC. How robust is this potential retention strat? Okay, that's a fair question, Michael, but think about how many consoles they've sold. They've sold somewhere in the neighborhood of like 35 million Xbox Series consoles. They want those people to stay. They also want those people to continue to engage with the ecosystem so that when the Helix comes out or when they start trying to push people to PC with the upgrade to Windows or what have you, you're more likely to do that. Why? Because you've stuck with Xbox all this time. If they would have walked out and this showcase would have been nothing but Gears to PlayStation, Senua to PlayStation, Fable to PlayStation, boom, boom, boom. It'd have been like, that was an hour-long showcase motivating me to switch teams because Wolverine's coming. And if I can play Gears and Wolverine on the same box, why don't I do that? Gaming's getting expensive. People are trying to cut down on their cost. A really great way to do that is to shrink down to one console and buy all your games in one spot. Because then you can just wait. You're like, well, even if I don't spend all of the money, there's so many games coming out in September, I'm going to switch. Also, there's a whole point that I haven't even considered up until right now. GTA 6 is a factor. It is a factor. There are people right now on an old Xbox that are going to make the jump for the new Call of Duty and GTA 6. And if they watch an Xbox showcase right before Call of Duty and GTA 6 comes out, and they're making their decision on hardware, and they're like, dude, Wolverine looks pretty awesome, and I can play GTA 6 and Call of Duty on the PlayStation, and you just told me that I can also play Gears and Fable and Forza and Senua and like whatever else over there on PlayStation. There's a lot of people that are getting ready to finally upgrade their hardware. They've been waiting. They're sitting on an old Xbox. They're sitting on an old PlayStation. And that would have been an hour-long showcase being like, there's no reason for you to upgrade to an Xbox. You might as well go to PlayStation because you can play GTA 6, you can play Wolverine, you can play Gears. And Xbox comes in and says, no, no, you're going to want to stay here. You'll be able to play the new GTA 6, you'll be able to play the new Call of Duty, and this is going to be the only place you can play Gears of War. So there's people switching from like an Xbox One, right? Switching from an Xbox One. They're going to be switching in the coming months to getting a new Xbox because they're not going to want to miss out on the new Call of Duty and they're not going to miss out on the GTA 6. And if they don't want to miss out on that, you just gave them a reason to stay with Xbox. Not going to lie, I'm a Sony pony, as they say, but I'm seriously getting an Xbox for the new Gears of War. There are long-standing Gears fans that'll pull the trigger because, you know, I'm glad I kept my Series X. I'm sitting here thinking about maybe I can find a used Series X because I know my wife and I will play through this game co-op. We loved playing Space Marine 2 co-op. It was super fun. It was super fun. I bought a Series X, then I got the message from Xbox that I should play on PC instead, so I upgraded my PC and sold my Series X. You're fine, Tommy. You'll be able to play Gears. I agree with you, Lono, but what about Game Pass? Game Pass is still a problem. If these people who will stay on Xbox because of the strategy don't buy the games, what happens? Okay, so your question's on the behind-the-curtain business side of things rather than the consumer side. Like, I was speaking to consumer motivation. You're asking about the business side. That's fine. So that's a different gear, though. Let me shift gears. So within the realm of the business side, I think Xbox views this as an acceptable loss. They're willing to lose sales of Gears on PlayStation and Clockwork on PlayStation because it's lower than the loss of consumer engagement that they would have lost by people leaving. Like, people leaving is more costly probably in their mind long term. Because if they would have walked out with an hour-long showcase that was nothing but everything going to PlayStation, it would have probably poured gas on the fire. Everyone would have been like, I'm out of here. There's no reason to stay on Xbox anymore. I want to play Wolverine, GTA 6, Call of Duty, and Gears of War. If I can do all of that on PlayStation, I'm going to PlayStation. Dorothy Bro says, I think that they should do aggressive price changes to the consoles, especially the Series S. Prior to GTA or Call of Duty coming, it could be interesting to get new users. What do you think about that? I think that would be another acceptable loss that they might consider doing. They're going to have to take some losses on the chin to regain ground, and that could be a great way to do it. If you suddenly drop the price of all your consoles right before Call of Duty and GTA 6... I don't know if you would convert people from PlayStation, but there's an awful lot of people sitting on a PlayStation 4 right now. Listen, it's time to be bold, Xbox. There is 30-something million people sitting on PlayStation 4s right now, and they're staring down the barrel of a pretty expensive upgrade. The PlayStation 5 is not cheap. Everything's more expensive. I mean, the Pro is like $900. Time to be bold. You slash those prices. I'd be out there selling Series X's for $400. That's what I'd be doing. I don't know if they can ramp up production of the Series X's and the S's, though. That's probably the biggest problem. Their production pipelines are probably not in a great spot. It's probably not even about the price. It's probably about production. Like, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they're making enough of them. I just don't know. I think this conversation's a nothing burger for the NPCs of society. Microsoft literally owns the foundation of society, and we're talking about console numbers. Grow the F up, guys. Why are you here then? Just leave and go away. We're all enjoying talking about the hobby and the showcase and the ins and outs of the business. Why don't you go find a place where miserable people hang out and see if, you can just continue to be in your misery? Why the frick are you here? It would need to be a significant drop to get players to buy a new console at this stage. Right, but if you walk into the store, Hattigan, and you just want to play Call of Duty and GTA 6, and you're looking at a PlayStation for what? What's the cheapest PlayStation you can get right now? Non-refurb. What's the cheapest one you can get? $650? Is that the cheapest? Hang on, I'm trying to pull it up right now. I think there's a cheap Fortnite version, isn't there? I don't want refurbs. I want new. Where are the new PlayStations on PlayStation Direct? What the heck? They only have the refurbs listed here. Shop all PS5 consoles. $600. You can get a PS5 digital, not the 1 terabyte, so it's the smaller. You can get one for $600, $550 at GameStop. That's a refurb, isn't it? Or they still have like the Fortnite bundles cheap some places, don't they? Let's just say $600. For the sake of the discussion, pretty much everywhere you're going, it's going to be $600 for you to get a PS5. Let's just say $600 for the sake of the discussion, okay? So you're finally going to upgrade from your PS4, and listen to me. I want you to listen very carefully. There are people, they only care about Call of Duty, and they only care about playing GTA 6. And if they see $600 for a PS5, and they see a Series X for $400, and they also know that that's the only place they can play Gears of War, I'm telling you, the time to be bold is now. Xbox could get some folks to come over. Now, I don't know how many, and I don't know how many consoles they can even make at this point. I think their production's not in a great spot. Yeah, the Series S for $400 ain't it. That ain't it. Don't buy a Series S. I wouldn't do it, especially if you're wanting to play GTA 6. That is a mistake. Save your money. Scrimp and save, and don't and buy the Series X. If you're going to play GTA 6, I would not be buying a Series S. Anyone still on PS4 cares a lot about price. You have to remember something. A lot of the people that are still on PS4 right now, all they care about is Call of Duty. They probably live in Warzone. They probably live in Call of Duty Warzone. If they just live in Call of Duty Warzone, or they buy Call of Duty every year, and all they care about is GTA 6, or they're gun and ball gamers, if they've been living on PS4 this long, they probably don't care about God of War. They probably don't care about Spider-Man and Horizon Forbidden West. They don't care about all those PlayStation exclusives. All they care about is pew, 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 Call of Duty. And they're going to be like, yep, I want GTA. I want Call of Duty. Maybe Gears of War appeals to them. Gears of War is a bit of a bro game. Like, let's go kill some stuff with the bros. Like, I'm telling you, you walk into the store and you see a Series X for $400 and you see a PlayStation for $600. That decision might make itself right there. You're like, I'm going to buy the Xbox. I don't know. It could be time for some bold moves. Xbox could grab up. There's like 30 million people still playing on the PlayStation 4. You grab 10 million of those suckers. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. To snag 10 million people at the end of the generation. I don't know. I don't know if they could take the losses on the device. They could. I mean, they just canceled Gears coming to PlayStation. They could certainly shoulder and weather the losses. I think it's probably going to come down to a production discussion. Like, can they even produce the consoles to that degree? Like, what if there is a big surge of demand and they've got people trying to buy Series X's at $400? Will they be able to make enough of them is the question. I think they've completely slowed down production on their consoles. They showed the PS4 logo under some of those games. That doesn't matter. GTA 6 and Call of Duty are going to move units this year, brother. They're going to move units. GTA 6 especially. Going to move units, man. And Call of Duty finally leaving PS4 behind, that's a lot of people that are going to finally bite the bullet. The time for boldness is now. Xbox could land a pretty good chunk of people. I don't know how much of a difference that makes going into Helix, but, you know, it could be a strong play and really help them move through the final, you know, bastions of their console, you know, reservoir of hardware that's sitting there. Here in Brazil, we don't have Xboxes in stores to buy. We need to import them. They cost like $1,000. They have some serious problems in the long run. Well, they slowed production and started pulling out of certain markets because they weren't selling consoles. So yes, it would be tough, but they could do it in America. I mean, they're American based, and most of their customers in America. And same with PlayStation. PlayStation's biggest like saturation's in America. I can't see a world where Satya would let that happen. If he let her pull Gears from PlayStation, I don't know, dude. I don't know if he'd be a stickler on the hardware. The hardware's at this point, the hardware is a foregone conclusion. Like, it's done for them. They know that. They know that the hardware was expensive to make, and, you know, they're just now trying to probably recoup some of those costs with that price boost that they did. But even then, that's not that much. Think about per unit, what that's even doing for them. $150 to $200 per unit? Like, come on. They'll still see a bump in sales, but it won't be massive. You know, I could just be wishing that they would get really, really bold, and then like a bunch of homies could buy a console at a really good price. Like, I know a lot of people are probably feeling priced out of the hobby. It'd be pretty dope. I'm be real with y'all. I don't typically get like super sentimental, because I typically just keep it to the business side of things. It would be pretty dope to see millions of homies able to snag themselves an Xbox for $400 and enjoy Call of Duty and GTA 6 instead of feeling like, holy frick, $600 for a PlayStation. I'm not gonna be able to play. That's out of my budget. You know, for some people, the difference between $400 and $600 that's a canyon of difference. You know, they can save up for a couple months and get something for $400, $600. It's like they'd have to wait a couple more months, you know, to set that money aside. I don't know. PlayStation doesn't need to do it. PlayStation's in the dominant position, and they're fine. They know there are people that will just automatically switch from PS4 to PS5. They'll do it this year. They just will. They're like, well, I got to play GTA 6 and I got to play Call of Duty, and they're not going to leave their library behind. They're just going to do it. So PlayStation's going to feel no pressure to lower price. Xbox could swoop in and be pretty aggressive and scoop up a lot of people that are like, I don't really care. Everything's cross-play now. Who the frick cares where I play Call of Duty and GTA 6? Everything's cross-play. I'll buy the $400 Xbox, and then I'll also be able to play Gears of War. If I was Xbox, I'd be really aggressive, and I would do $400 Series X's that come with Gears of War. I'd be really aggressive. That's what I would do. There's still 30-something million people hanging out on PlayStation 4s, man. You get them to come over. They buy Call of Duty through you. They buy GTA 6 through you. Now they're in your revenue funnel. Now all those microtransactions go to you. There's a lot of folks still hanging out on PS4. I don't know. Listen. PlayStation's setting their sights on that 120 million mark, and you swoop in and you slice off 5 or 10 million people because they're like, I don't know, dude, a $400 Gears of War Series X bundle is pretty good. It's $600 for a PlayStation. You slice off 5 or 10 million. PlayStation doesn't get to hit their 120, market saturation. You hurt their MAU. Now, the question is, if they're still holding to the idea that PlayStation's not their competition, then they won't do this. I'm just thinking, if you're going to be aggressive and you're going to pull gears from PlayStation, what's it to you? Like, what's it to you if you lose money on these consoles at this stage of the game? Like $150 per console. What is that in the grand scheme of things for Microsoft? 5 or 10 million people, that's an absurd number of people. That's what I'm saying. There's roughly 30 million folks still hanging out on a PS4. There's also a lot of people probably still hanging out on Xbox Ones. And this is the year they pull the trigger. You think they're going to leave their PlayStation library, though? Trill, you have to track with my logic. The person that's still hanging out on a PS4 likely doesn't have a very big library because they're on PS4 living in Fortnite and Warzone. So they're probably more compelled to be like, oh, a Series X for $400. All I play is Call of Duty. What do I care? Everything's cross-play now. They can play with their homies. You know what I mean? If you're 6 years into PlayStation and you're still on PlayStation 4, you don't give a frick about the exclusives or a library. You're living in Fortnite and Warzone. Both games you can play on an Xbox. I don't know. I'd be bullish if I was them. What's the difference at this point? Listen, you've slid down so far as a brand. Now's the time to do it. Just go crazy. Pull out all the stops. In the grand scheme of the gaming division, what is it to them to take the Series X down to $400? What is it to them? It's nothing to them in the grand scheme of what they've lost and their operational costs. Like, and again, they just pulled gears from PlayStation. Dude, do it. Be bold. Be bold. You know folks are going to jump because Call of Duty and GTA 6 are finally going to motivate them to jump. Swoop in and convince people to buy an Xbox. Now, with them knowing like what the future is for their hardware and Helix, everything I'm saying might sound idiotic to Xbox and to Microsoft. It might sound literally idiotic to them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they might be like, no, that's stupid. We don't care about that. That's not important to us anymore. Does that make sense? Like, if they had another Xbox coming, like a traditional subsidized, $500 console, if that was coming, then what I said could be a strong play. But with what they know about Helix and what their future hardware goals are, they might listen to what I'm saying and be like, that's idiotic, bro. We're not doing that because we don't freaking care. Do you see what I'm saying? What I'm saying almost presupposes they care about hardware footprint. They don't seem to care about that anymore. Lono, I need you to tell me who these people on PS4 still are. What motivates them? What do they play? How often do they play? Do they think of themselves as gamers? They live in games like Call of Duty, Warzone, and Fortnite, Zubair. Or the sports games. Like, they haven't been motivated. So think about what motivates us to buy a PlayStation 5. What is it? The exclusives and the better graphics and the better performance. So if for 6 years you've not been motivated by that, you have to ask the question, well, what would they be playing? They're playing the free-to-play games. They're playing the live service games. They're playing games like Fortnite and Warzone, meaning they don't have a library that they're probably largely concerned about. They live in the run and gun, gun and ball games. So if they're 6 years in and they haven't been compelled to buy a PlayStation 5, their loyalty to PlayStation's probably pretty thin. It probably is pretty thin. Game media veteran Jeff Gertzman heard rumors that Microsoft might use Gears E-Day as a scapegoat if Xbox console exclusivity doesn't pay out. Okay, yeah, they're hearing there are people in the industry that think that's what's going on. My question to them is, how the frick does Microsoft not already know that? How do they not already know that? They've sold a stupid amount of copies of Forza on PlayStation. They've sold a dumb amount of copies of Sea of Thieves all these years later, and Starfield charted after 3 years of not being on PlayStation. How do they not already know that this is not an idea that's going to make them lots of money? I don't agree with that take. I don't think this is some sacrificial lamb to internally prove, see, exclusivity's stupid. I don't think they need that proven to them. They have all the revenue reports. They know. They know how well Starfield and Forza and all these games sold when they came over to PlayStation. Thank you, Red Bell, for resubscribing with your Prime over there on Purple. Sitting on 69 for the week. Nice. I don't buy that observation. I think it's way more logical, way more reasonable to say they are doing this as a retention strategy. Matt Ball just said it to Chris Dring. This is to basically keep people on Xbox. This is to honor your commitment and to make you and to keep you. That's what it's designed for. And Broken Earth's going to bump the line by 1. We are a 5-bomb away from me owing you guys a member. Every 25 I give 5. We want to end the day on 100 to be on pace for the week. The idea is dumb. Gears of War E-Day is going to sell like crazy without PlayStation 5. It's a day one Game Pass game. And a 5-bomb for Broken Earth. He sets himself up For the dunker. No problem, Lona. Love your content. Thank you. Gears of War Reloaded didn't sell that well. Now, I think Gears of War E-Day is obviously going to sell better, and it's going to sell fine, but I think it would have sold really well on PlayStation. PlayStation has 3 times the amount of consumers as Xbox does on console. That's an awful lot of people that you just said, yeah, no, you can't buy the game. It's a 3-to-1 ratio, brother. There's 3 PlayStation 5s for like every Xbox Series console in the market. That's a lot of freaking people to basically say you can't buy the game. See last comment. These people on PS4 have had T-Lose, Uncharted 4, GT7, Forbidden West, and God of War still, though. Right, Trill, I think my assumption is a safe one. I think my assumption is, since none of those games, Forbidden West, Spider-Man 2, I guess Forbidden West and Ragnarok, they could have bought on PS4. I don't know. I just look at the lineup on the PS5 and think that if you really were gung-ho about those games, you'd have bought a PS5 by now. Something would have convinced you to come over. Spider-Man 2, Yote, Death Stranding 2. None of those games, I don't know. I think the reports really, really point to most of the people still hanging out on PS4 are just playing Warzone. They're just playing Warzone. These consoles were not far from 400 before, and it wasn't enough. I think you guys are missing the entire equation, though. The impetus for people to switch now is that they have to. If they want to play Call of Duty, if they want to play GTA 6, they have to upgrade. They must. This whole time they've been able to avoid the upgrade just living in Warzone, right? And the sports games and stuff. And Call of Duties, like annual Call of Duties. They haven't had to. They now must. There is a big impetus and push for the remaining 30-something million PlayStation 4 active users to finally make the jump. Call of Duty leaving behind PS4 and GTA 6 landing is seismic for these guys. It's like, okay, I finally need to jump. The people switching now are cost wary. Yes, the people switching now are ticked. They're like, oh, for Pete's sakes, I waited all this time, and now instead of the consoles getting cheaper, they're more expensive. Xbox could stand very strong in the market and walk out and say, Gears of War E-Day combo Series X is for $400. And you're gonna potentially get a lot of people that were like, well, I finally am switching, and these homies just hit a big price drop. I mean, think about what they did with Game Pass. They price anchored, and they got everybody to celebrate it. Like, oh, they're dropping the price on Game Pass. And they all celebrated. You get people to celebrate this. Oh my gosh, Xbox slashes prices on consoles. And there's a lot of people that are going to finally make the jump that might be like, you know what? I mean, Call of Duty and GTA and all these games, they're all cross-play. I don't need to play these games on PlayStation. I'm not saying it would be a tide turner. I'm not saying it would be significant and it would change much, but it would be a pretty bold move. It would be a pretty bold move. If they don't do that, then it's very clear to me their future hardware goals and aspirations are not that strong, and that this is purely a retention strategy to keep people on Xbox, because a showcase full of PlayStation games would have motivated an awful lot of people to be like, you know what, it's finally time for me to upgrade my Xbox. I'm just going to buy a PlayStation. The majority of PS4s have been relegated to Playroom device. They run Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox. Yeah. That's right, Scotty. Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, Warzone. All I'm disagreeing about is whether it would change much. It probably wouldn't. Zoob. Again, I think they could grab millions of folks. I think a lot of people would be like, holy crap. Think about where we are economically right now. I think a lot of people would be like, $400 for Xbox, and I can play Gears of War. It comes with Gears of War, and then I can get Call of Duty Think about it. They're going to be buying Call of Duty and GTA 6. They're thinking about the price of those games. A $400 Xbox versus a $600 PS5, where we are economically and globally, I think a lot of people would be like, oh, that's $200. That's a lot of dollar bucks, as my kids call them. That's a lot of dollar bucks. I'm just saying these PS4 users more than likely have played those PS4 versions, even if they're primarily COD heads. I don't think a $400... I don't know. They've held out a long time, Trill. They've held out a long time. If they've held out this long and not bought a PS5, then I don't know how loyal they are to like the PlayStation 5 games and the exclusives. They've held out and skipped a lot of games. They couldn't get the Burning Shores DLC for Horizon. They couldn't get Spider-Man 2. They couldn't get Yote. They couldn't get Death Stranding 2. I don't know. We need to go to Green Room, though. It's after 2. We've been streaming for over 4 hours. You guys are amazing. Really, really quickly, I need everybody on YouTube to give my video a like. Everybody right now, go give it a like. Let's get to 400 likes to end the day. And make sure you guys are using your benefits and your perks as a member. If you're a member on YouTube or a sub on Twitch, you can come to the Green Room right now. Come to the Discord. If you're not subbed on Twitch, you should sub. You'll never see ads when you come here, and the ads on Twitch are a little crazy. If you're watching on YouTube and you are in chat right now and you don't have a joystick next to your name, it means you're not a member. And you can become a member for $5. We are trying to get to 600 members, paying members. People gift like crazy here, so you might get a gifted, but it would really help me out. Those of you that are here every day, you listen and you lurk. If you can afford the $5 a month, it goes a long way. It's how I do this full time. All right? If you can't, I get it. You might get a gifted, but it'll get you into this extra segment that we're getting ready to go do with the Green Room. So thank you for 400 likes. Thank you for a strong Monday after all the showcases. I'll see you guys in the Green Room. And a great reason to come to Green Room is I have no idea what I'm going to do tomorrow. I still haven't decided with the big Destiny push tomorrow what to do. I still don't know. We're going to decide that in Green Room, and you can be a part of that. It's a great reason to support the channel and become a member or a sub. All right? See you guys in the Discord.